I mean, I'm guessing if Ukraine really took out a large transport aircraft, that there will be some with lots of soldiers on it from Russia. I'm guessing there will be some evidence produced of this. Here, look. See, this is claims from the Ukraine Armed Force Air Force Command. They claim that one of their planes shot down a Russian plane. They claim one of their air defenses shot down a Russian plane and helicopter. They claim one of their planes shot down a Russian transport plane. That's what they claim. Randy says, I'm kind of baffled as to why Rubio would say that. I'd be concerned Russia interprets that as a threat of U.S. military force, which I thought we were trying to avoid. It's an interesting thought. Thanks, Randy. It is 1:29 a.m. in Kyiv time. I would say that the Kyiv live streams have been relatively quiet. The live stream I'm watching. There are reporters I follow in Kyiv and people I follow in Kyiv. They're not posting that anything, crazy is going on right now. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on in Kyiv. Zelensky, by the way, posted the Zelensky's video saying that Russia was going to attack Kyiv tonight was posted at midnight Kyiv time, says Zoya Sheftalovich. He looks exhausted but maintains his composure, speaks only in Ukrainian this time. Yeah, he said, where is it here? I'm trying to see the quote where he says, I've seen it quoted by other sources who heard it. Oh, she hasn't posted the whole thing yet. We cannot lose the capital. Anyways, multiple other outlets quoted him as saying that Russia was going to invade tonight. She is with Politico Europe, Zoya Sheftalovich. Oh, Rob Lee just posted this. Christine mentioned this. Our viewer Christine. Rob Lee just posted this. Ukraine has reportedly destroyed a bridge connecting Odessa and Mykolaiv. We have heard a number of reports of Ukraine destroying bridges in recent days, last couple of days, to hinder the Russia army. I'm guessing they might be doing the same with train tracks as well.
Мост розхуярили. Мост розхуярений. В'їбали нас. Мост розхуярений. В'їбало, блядь, просто пиздец. Мост розхуярений, пацани. Все, нахуй. Ми йдемо назад, нахуй. Їдемо назад в Коблево. Мост розхуярений.
A little hard to see what exactly is going on there. Checking some of the comments people have sent in.
Asked to take the floor for a different reason, and so I'm not going to respond to the atrocious lies and propaganda and misinformation that you just heard from our Russian colleague. What I asked to take the floor for was to recall the names of some of our colleagues who were not named earlier due to the rapidly moving response to these events in Ukraine. Some of them were left off, who were sponsors of the resolution, and I'd just like to highlight their names because we so appreciate what they have done. Barbados, Croatia, Estonia, the Gambia, Grenada, Haiti, Jamaica.
Okay, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations there, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, said she would not respond to the Russian ambassador's atrocious lies. And there she's taking the opportunity to name more and more partner countries that signed on to this resolution, and she's thanking them. But that is the headline out of this meeting at the Security Council. Russia vetoing the resolution condemning the invasion of Ukraine, China abstaining, India abstaining, the United Arab Emirates abstaining as well. There were 11 yays, though, but this is the third meeting this week of the Security Council. Remember, they had the emergency session Monday, the emergency session on Wednesday, ultimately leading to this, but the resolution failed. Of course, Russia is a permanent member of the Security Council, and any no by a permanent member sinks a resolution. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We'll have a lot more coverage on Russia's invasion of Ukraine into the night here, bringing on national security experts talking about where the Battle of Kyiv stands, also what other European allies and the United States have done today in response to this on day 2 of the invasion. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll have more headlines when we come back, including...
And the top leadership, the foreign minister Lavrov, really probably won't affect the president because he has his money pretty much locked up in places that people don't know about. But it's really a shot over the bow. And there was a statement, it was made by Maria Zakharova, the spokesperson for the foreign ministry, before President Biden came in with those sanctions, but after the UK announced the same ones against the president. And she said, we've reached the line where the point of return begins. And they've warned that before, that they're really ready.
And just ahead, we'll have more on the breaking news. Ukraine's president warning that the capital city of Kyiv is now in serious jeopardy of falling to the Russians tonight.
That they think the difference between the troops coming from the south, Russian troops from Crimea, they're saying, coming up from here. They're saying the Russian troops coming up through here, are making better progress than the ones coming, say, from here and here. And they're saying, but it might have to do with the composition of the forces. Let's see here. Determined and well-organized Ukrainian resistance around Kyiv and Kharkiv has played an important role in preventing the Russian military from advancing with the speed and success for which it had reportedly planned. The Russian military has now deployed additional forces to southeast Belarus, likely beyond those Moscow had planned to use against Ukraine. Interesting. To offset these problems and challenges. There's a bunch of forces apparently massed in Belarus waiting to come into Ukraine. Russian forces remain much larger and more capable than Ukraine's conventional military, however. Russia will likely defeat Ukrainian regular military forces and secure their territorial objectives at some point in the coming days or weeks if Putin is determined to do so and willing to pay the cost in blood and treasure. Okay. Oh, they have a map. Assessed control of terrain. Look at this. Assessed control of terrain in Ukraine and main Russian maneuver axes as of this afternoon. So you can see Russia advancing up from Crimea, in from eastern Ukraine, in from in northeast Ukraine, advancing here, and in from the north, in from Belarus. Russian occupied Ukrainian territory. Any more kind of overall analysis? Immediate items to watch. Social media users observed a Russian armored column assembling in Belarus today. These forces could potentially conduct a new line of advance against Rivne in western Ukraine. That's interesting. Rivne. They're saying over here, all the way over here in western Ukraine. They're saying there's new forces in where in Belarus are they gathering? Stolen Belarus. New line of troops in stolen Belarus. I have to find stolen Belarus. That's all the way over here. So more Russian forces have been seen here, and they could go attack Rivne. All right. Russian naval infantry have not yet conducted amphibious landings. We've heard a report that there was an amphibious landing. It's kind of confusing. Maybe there's conflicting reports about this. They say Russian naval infantry have not conducted amphibious landings, but retain the capability to do so against the Odessa or the Azov Sea coast or both. Russian forces, here again, Russian forces continue to refrain from using their likely full spectrum of air and missile capabilities. They did not do the airstrikes to start off the conflict that many thought they would. The Ukrainian Air Force also still remains active. Many experts thought they would just take it out before launching a ground war. Russian operations will likely steadily wear down Ukrainian air capabilities and eventually take the Ukrainian Air Force out of the fight. Russian forces have not yet attempted the decapitation strike. Several analysts and outlets have forecasted and may attempt to do so in the near future. Russia has sufficient conventional military power to reinforce each of its current
So what's happening in Ukraine, whatever its scale, and it's not. So what's happening in Ukraine, whatever its scale, and it's not totally clear right now, but whatever it is, it's a tragedy because war always is a tragedy, and the closer you get to it, the more horrifying it seems. It's the ugliest thing that men do ever. Vladimir Putin started this war. So whatever the context of the decision that he made, he did it. He fired the first shots. He is to blame for what we're seeing tonight in Ukraine. The question is, once we've established that, and it's obvious, how should the United States respond to what he has done? So within minutes of the outbreak of the war last night, the usual liars on television began leveraging this tragedy for partisan political gain. If you ever watched the aftermath of a school shooting, you're familiar with how they behave. It's contemptible. But we're going to ignore it tonight because there is too much else going on that actually matters. And the main thing that matters in any crisis is deciding what's most important, creating a hierarchy of concern. So until last night, the main purpose of our foreign policy was to prevent Russia from invading Ukraine. Obviously, that failed. At some point, we should figure out why. But what's our top goal now? Well, there's several of them. Here are the first three. First, and most obviously, avoid a full-scale war with a nuclear-armed adversary. And to be fair, very few people in Washington want anything like that. War with Russia is so obviously a bad idea. But that doesn't mean we won't have one. Wars often break out accidentally, or more often incrementally. Things escalate, and the next thing you know, you've got Verdun with many thousands dead. Now that shooting has started in Ukraine, it is entirely possible, no matter what they assure you, that Americans could wind up getting hurt in Eastern Europe. We should prevent that, but preventing it will require wisdom and farsightedness and emotional control, all of which are never in abundant supply in Washington, and especially now that everyone is justifiably upset. Again, what Russia has done is awful, but we could still make it worse. Mark Warner, the head of the Senate Intelligence Committee, just announced that Russia could be potentially close to triggering what's known as Article 5 of the NATO alliance. That's a collective defense principle. So if Russia were to launch a cyber attack on Ukraine, Warner explained, an attack that affects nearby NATO members like Poland or Lithuania, then possibly every NATO country, including ours, the United States, would be obligated to declare war on Russia. Here he is explaining.
One of the things that I'm gravely concerned about is if Russia unleashes its full cyber power against Ukraine, once you put malware into the wild, in a sense, it knows no geographic boundaries. So if the Russians decide they're going to try to turn off the power, turn off all the electricity all across Ukraine, very likely that may turn off the power in eastern Poland and eastern Romania. That could affect our troops if suddenly hospitals are shut down, if those NATO troops, American troops, somehow have a car accident because the stoplights don't work. We are suddenly in an area of, hypothetically, an Article 5 where one NATO country is attacked. We all have to come to each other's aid.
So Warner is certainly right. That could add, that hypothetical that he outlined could happen. Any cyber attack on Ukraine could well affect the infrastructure of the Eastern European countries. That would be bad. It would be a crime. The civilized world would deplore it. But Article 5 is not a mechanical mechanism. Human beings have to decide to invoke it. And the question is what the senator just described something that is worth risking a nuclear conflict over? And that is something we should pause very deeply to think about in the most sober possible way. And we hope that our leaders are. But not all of them seem sober right now. Some of them seem reckless and, as usual, ignorant. Congressman Adam Kinzinger of Illinois, for example, spends a lot of time on cable television talking about world affairs. He seems like an expert. And yet, by temperament, he's certainly the last person you want anywhere near a nuclear button. Today, Kinzinger informed us that Russia's seizure of the defunct Chernobyl plant might, quote, trigger Article 5. Okay, it could be interpreted that way. And then what happens? Clearly, Adam Kinzinger hasn't thought about that, not for a moment. So you see the problem here. The question is not who's at fault. We can say that Vladimir Putin is at fault for what happened last night. But then what? And that's the larger problem. Once conflict starts, especially when that conflict is televised, it's really hard to know what happens next. So anyone who thinks the invasion of Ukraine couldn't become a world war either lacks imagination or is lying to you. It certainly could become a world war. So that's the first goal, not making a terrible thing much, much worse. Here's the second goal: keep the energy flowing. Cheap energy, we take it for granted, but it is the basis of all we have. No energy, no civilization. Unfortunately, a huge percentage of Europe's energy now comes from Russia and Ukraine. The European Union relies on Russia for roughly 40% of its natural gas. In Germany, which is one of the biggest economies in the world, that percentage is over half. Most of its energy in the form of natural gas comes from Russia and Ukraine. So you don't hear that very often on television. This debate is framed exclusively in moral terms, and those are important. We shouldn't ignore them. But they're not the only terms we should consider. The fact is that Vladimir Putin has the power to send Europe, and for that matter, potentially the United States, into an economic depression. Putin has the power to turn off the lights. So where did Vladimir Putin get this power? Well, there are a lot of reasons, but a big reason is the climate people gave him this power. Thanks to pressure from zealots like John Kerry, Europe has been shutting down nuclear power plants for years. And that's a very confusing strategy. If you're worried about climate, nuclear energy is not the problem. Nuclear energy is the solution. It's reliable, it's domestically produced, it emits no carbon. So if you were genuinely worried about temperature rises, global warming, you would embrace nuclear energy. But our leaders, and not just ours, globally across the West, have done the opposite. Why? Maybe their donors and families are invested in so-called renewable technologies. Who knows? Whatever the reason, because of a series of very specific decisions made over time, the West is now dangerously dependent on Vladimir Putin for energy. Now, our leaders may act like this is not a big deal. It is definitely a big deal, and we ought to make decisions based on that fact. And finally, a topic no one ever brings up: we must protect the US dollar. America's power derives from its wealth. Rich countries get to do what they want. Poor countries must obey their masters or they get invaded. We just saw that happen. That is the unchanging rule. In this country, control of the US dollar is the key to our wealth. Our entire financialized, debt-based economy rests on the unique privilege of issuing the world's reserve currency. If the US dollar is ever replaced, we are in legitimate trouble. Our debt will come due, our government will go bankrupt, and millions of Americans will become poor immediately. So this is the main thing we ought to be worried about, and it is a greater risk now than ever before. Sanctions are an emotionally satisfying way to punish someone like Vladimir Putin, who clearly does deserve to be punished. No one's really against sanctions. But the question is, do they work? Clearly, multiple sanctions did not prevent last night's invasion of Ukraine. Let's start there. At the same time, sanctions give Russia and many other countries across the world a strong incentive to dump the US dollar, which is the means by which we enforce sanctions. So last summer, for example, in a story that most people didn't pay enough attention to, Russia, in response to sanctions, completely removed the US dollar, its assets, from its sovereign wealth fund, its national wealth fund. The Chinese noticed, they understand exactly how this works, and in their effort to displace the United States, they are strongly in favor of it. China is trying to become the first major country in the world whose central bank issues sovereign digital currency. If that works, and many efforts like it, it would be a huge loss for the United States, an irreplaceable loss that would change this country forever, much more than an invasion of Ukraine. So we should be watching that, attacks on the primacy of the US dollar globally, every bit as intently as we watch the coverage currently on television of the hot war. If at the end of this conflict, whenever that is, countries around the world have come to see the Chinese yuan as a stronger, more stable currency than the US dollar, then this country will have lost more than we understand. Somebody needs to be paying attention to this. Let's fervently hope that somebody is.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
according to a Zelensky aide, who said the leader was skeptical the Russians would try to kill him. Burns didn't share specific information, but made clear Zelensky needed to take his personal security very seriously. The CIA declined to comment. At the time, intelligence suggested Russian hit teams might already be in Kyiv, well before the first forces crossed the border. U.S. officials in recent days have spoken to Zelensky about a variety of security issues, including the safest places for the president to situate himself to ensure continuity of Ukrainian government, said a senior U.S. official. If Putin removed Zelensky, he could try to install a puppet replacement. Adam Schiff, who is, hang on a second here, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, said he is worried that if the Russians captured Zelensky, they could hold him incommunicado or force him to make concessions. I'm deeply concerned with the threat to his life and well-being, Schiff said. U.S. officials warned again this week that Putin's goal was to decapitate the Ukrainian government. That you can read in the Washington Post. Yes, Eric says nobody would accept the puppet government. That's what I keep saying. They would have to force people to accept it by occupying the country, presumably, and using force. See, this is weird here. I keep seeing this. Seth Abramson. Fierce fighting between Russian and Ukrainian forces in the center of Kyiv. I'm not posting videos as they can't be confirmed, but today I've seen home video of a Russian soldier shot and killed in Kyiv, a Russian tank driving over a car with a man in its war. Again, this was this very weird thing that happened this morning. It's not even clear who the person was. The story floating around was that a Russian forces maybe had taken a couple of Ukrainian vehicles and were just riding around Ukraine causing havoc, and this armored vehicle ran over a armored tracked vehicle, maybe a tank or an APC or something. It ran over a car. I saw that video, and it might have been shooting at people, but we don't know if that was Russian forces. It looked so crazy. Like if it was Russian forces, it was Russian forces who'd been sent on a suicide mission to act you crazy in Ukraine until somebody kills you.
Sentencing Commission, a bipartisan first to serve on the U.S. Sentencing Commission, a bipartisan independent commission I helped design to reduce the unwarranted disparities in sentencing and promote transparency and fairness in the criminal justice system. On the commission, Judge Jackson was known for working with Democrats and Republicans to find common ground on critical issues. Second, she was confirmed by the United States Senate with bipartisan support on the federal district court to administer justice with the special rigors and fairness that come with presiding over trials. And third, she was confirmed with bipartisan Senate vote to serve on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia, considered the second most powerful court behind the Supreme Court itself. In the court, she once argued cases before as a distinguished advocate. And when Judge Jackson was nominated to the Circuit Court, one of his distinguished retired members, Judge Thomas Griffith, a former general counsel of Brigham Young University and a George Bush appointee to the court, said he backed her enthusiastically, hailing her exemplary legal career in both public and private practice. And he went on to say her careful approach as a trial court judge. Judge Jackson's service on the District Circuit Court to the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals is another superb qualification for service on the Supreme Court. Three of the current Supreme Court justices also served as the D.C. Circuit judges, where Judge Jackson now serves. Her opinions are always carefully reasoned, tethered to precedent, and demonstrate respect for how the law impacts everyday people. It doesn't mean she puts her thumb on the scale of justice one way or the other, but she understands the broader impact of her decisions. Whether it's cases addressing the rights of workers or government service, she cares about making sure that our democracy works for the American people. She listens. She looks people in the eye, lawyers, defendants, victims, and families. And she strives to ensure that everyone understands why she made a decision, what the law is, and what it means to them. She strives to be fair, to get it right, to do justice. That's something all of us should remember. And it's something I've thought about throughout this process. As a matter of fact, I thought about it walking over here with her. One floor below, we have several displays celebrating Black History Month. One of them includes the judicial oath of office taken and signed by Justice Thurgood Marshall himself, an oath that will be once again administered to a distinguished American who will help write
by the extraordinary honor of this nomination.
For too long, our government, our courts haven't looked like America. I believe it's time that we have a court that reflects the full talents and greatness of our nation.
A campaign promise fulfilled by President Biden. And since Judge Jackson received bipartisan support for appointments in the past, will the Senate confirmation battle be heated? Lives changed in an instant, completely uprooted. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians are now refugees, waiting hours to cross the border into Poland or pouring into train stations for shelter.
It was hard to realize that it happened, that somebody actually is gonna bomb us in more than words, you know?
We're speaking to families fleeing for safety while Russian troops close in on the country's capital. The U.S. concerned it could collapse in days. A commander in crisis. All eyes are on Ukraine's president, who defiantly refuses to leave the capital as he claims he is Russia's #1 target. Tonight, ABC News Live takes a look at his path to leadership, from playing a president on TV to becoming the president of a country under attack. Pressure on Putin mounting at this hour. The White House has announced new sanctions against the Russian president and Russian leaders. Fears are growing that the isolated leader could be slowly pushing his country into a full-blown dictatorship, restricting one of the world's most popular social media platforms when it tried to fact-check propaganda. ABC News Live has a team across the globe to bring you the latest from Ukraine, Russia, to Poland, and the White House. New guidance from the CDC tonight means 70% of Americans can take off their masks indoors. The key factors in the decision. Good evening. I'm Stephanie Ramos in for Lindsay Davis. Thank you so much for streaming with us. We're tracking the historic announcement at the White House by President Biden, the first African-American woman to be nominated for the Supreme Court. But we do need to begin again tonight in Ukraine with the sound of war and the horror that comes with it. This terrifying scene playing out in Kyiv as a growing humanitarian crisis unfolds. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians are trying to get out as Russia continues its all-out assault on the country. More bombs today falling across Ukraine. This stunning video shows a driver swerve through an intersection to avoid being struck. Russian troops are now resupplied and closing in on the capital. How long can Ukraine's military hold out? Ukraine's defiant posting this video with his top officials outside the president's office saying, "We are here." In Moscow tonight, in solidarity, brave Russian citizens are laying flowers at the Ukrainian embassy. It's a war some Russians are protesting against in the streets, despite it putting them in potentially personal danger. We once again have team coverage tonight, and we begin with our Ian panel reporting from Kyiv, a city many fear could soon fall.
Tonight, as the battle for Ukraine intensifies, Russian troops now entering the capital. Moments ago, Ukrainian President Zelensky addressing his people in a defiant video from Kyiv, saying Russia will try to storm the capital tonight and that the night will be, quote, tough. Authorities have handed out 18,000 weapons to civilians to help in the fight, and residents were told to make Molotov cocktails. Men aged 18 to 60 called up to fight, not allowed to leave the country. Disturbing new video circulating on social media shows a military vehicle crushing a car. Explosions over Kyiv also posted online, showing just how perilous the situation is. At a Kyiv train station today, gunfire heard as crowds trying to flee the city forced their way onto trains.
Once again, air raid sirens are ringing out across the capital, Kyiv. Although there's been a lull in the fighting for the last couple of hours, the fears are that the Russians have been resupplying and are ready to mount a real attack inside the city.
We watched as troops ran through the streets, taking up positions to defend the city. Alexei Goncharenko may be a prominent lawmaker here, but today he's one more citizen with a gun.
I don't want to fight. I'm not soldier. I'm not professional military man. But I am not ready to capitulate. That's the difference.
The city bearing the scars of war already. An apartment block hit by an unidentified aircraft. As firefighters arrived, Oksana cleaning up the rubble of her wrecked home. She was sleeping when the building was hit. Her daughter singing the national anthem. Through tears, saying simply, "Long live Ukraine." Intense battles are raging across the country tonight as Ukrainian fighters offer stiff resistance to the more powerful Russian forces. In southern Ukraine, around the city of Kherson, Russian fighter jets could be seen coming in low on their bombing runs. Also in the south, video posted on social media from Sumy showing fierce clashes. In Kharkiv, the country's second largest city today, the Ukrainian army digging in to defend as missiles hit and Russian forces advance. And this incredible video of a driver swerving to avoid exploding rounds falling around the vehicle. Casualties are rising, among them 13 Ukrainian defenders on a Black Sea island. They refused to surrender to a Russian warship and reportedly responded with an expletive when the Russians told them to surrender. Tonight, Zelensky says they'll receive the honor of Ukraine. The NATO alliance is activating its rapid response force for the first time in a defensive role in Europe. Up to 40,000 troops will bolster allied countries close to Russia and Ukraine. And 7,000 American troops ordered to Europe yesterday could soon make up part of this NATO force Europe. But none of these troops will be helping Ukraine. As some flee the cities, others seek shelter in Kyiv's subways.
We have a little food and toys. And I hope one day, one night, but if so, we can stay there a long time.
And some are seeking safety in houses of worship. Rabbi Jonathan Markovich and his wife Ina have thrown open the doors of their synagogue. With US visas, they could have fled. But Ina made a promise to a 104-year-old Holocaust survivor.
Will you stay here with me? I fought the Nazis, and I don't know what's coming.
Oh, wow.
She's 104 years old.
So she's lived through the Nazis,
Yes.
and now she's afraid of the Russians.
And tonight, a long and bloody battle looks unavoidable.
Ian Panel joins us now from Ukraine. Ian, with Kyiv under threat from these Russian forces, are there any diplomatic options left right now?
Yeah, interestingly, there seem to be sort of flickers of potential diplomatic activity, statements from Kiev, statements from Moscow, a suggestion from other countries, perhaps offers to try and mediate. It hasn't amounted to anything serious right now. I think that is safe to say. Some of the suggestions from the Kremlin early this morning was that, yes, they would negotiate, assuming that the Ukrainians agree to a ceasefire. And then when Vladimir Putin spoke, again, he was talking about these sort of Nazi forces, these neo-Nazi forces, again, without any evidence. He basically wasn't referring in his mind, to the regular Ukrainian forces. So there doesn't really seem to be that much common ground. However, there are lines of communication. There are, if you like, talks about potential talks, where they might be held. The Russians are suggesting Minsk in Belarus, but they have to agree some kind of common ground before they get to that stage. I think the suggestion at the moment is that potentially officials could meet. But as you say, the battle for Kiev is now underway. Just in the last few minutes, again, we've been hearing the sound of what appear to be tank rounds firing as Russian forces close in. So although there could be some sign of negotiations, for now, it's the guns that are doing the talking.
And Ian, I was just going to ask, and then the last couple of times that we've seen you from that same position, we've heard the sirens and we've heard some of that, the firefighting there. In the last few hours, other than the sounds that you've heard, what's the situation there like? Are you seeing individuals walking the streets? What are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, the situation today has been more tense than ever. This is more serious than ever before. We've seen troops running around the city, going to positions to try and defend the city. There's a real sense here that they're expecting this onslaught. President Zelensky tonight saying that he feels that it could happen this evening, and a senior US official briefing that they think it's going to come tomorrow. That's how close it is. There is fighting in the city. There are tanks in the city, and the Ukrainians are pretty much in a fight for their lives. I mean, we were out in the center of the city today at rush hour, 5 p.m. in the afternoon. Normally those streets would be clogged. Today I was standing in the middle of the road. There was nothing around. We saw families hunkered down deep underground in metro stations, sheltering from the threat above ground. You see the odd individual out, sometimes people walking a dog. We saw one guy with his young daughter just giving her a little bit of fresh air, but generally people are avoiding the streets. The only activity you hear is the sound of battle.
Incredible. Ian, thank you so much for your reporting. You are so close to it. You are in the middle of that war there. Be safe. Next tonight, to the stunning humanitarian crisis. The UN says hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians are on the move trying to get to safety, in many cases forced to leave everything behind. Americans like this teacher here we first met last night are also caught in the crosshairs of war. ABC's chief national correspondent Matt Gutman reports from the Ukraine-Polish border tonight.
Tonight, those refugees are pressed against the checkpoints in Slovakia and pouring into Polish train stations. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians turned refugees are now on the move. They've been forced to leave behind almost everything they know, fleeing a war they did not ask for and a conflict they want no part of.
It's probably better to leave than stay in Kyiv just in case.
Among the displaced, inching their way to Poland and to safety, is American Juan Tech and his wife, Ilana.
There was an explosion right over there.
So how much further?
Crime caught up with him last night as his family was making their way north.
We stopped to get gas, even though we have like 300 kilometers to go.
The hours ticked by, their son Leon bouncing in the back.
And I want to say I want to come back, but I don't know if we're going to come back. We're starting a life here, home.
Juan can leave because he's American.
But now we're running.
The conflict not only forcing many Ukrainian families into exile, it's also splitting them apart. Ukrainian men 18 to 60 are banned from leaving, authorities holding them back to fight. So it's the women who push forward alone. We met Anna at another border crossing. Her husband was turned back right at the border after 40 hours on the road.
So he had to leave the car and the family and go back? What was that like?
Thousands arriving at this Polish train station, Polish troops ladling soup and serving hot drinks. Every available space crammed with sleeping refugees on those cots, mothers curled up against infants in loud hallways. The vacant stares of the exhausted, the defeated weeping of the grandmothers abandoning the world they know, perhaps for the last time. Exile needs no translation. Imagine leaving your home and everything you own with a pair of carry-on bags. And yet they are the lucky ones. Gunshots heard from a packed train platform in Kyiv. The screams of children piercing the air as families try to get out. A journalist who recorded this video says underground metro stations are filled to the brim with civilians. So many here and across Ukraine unsure where they'll go next. Back at that train station's arrival hall, we found Julia standing alone. She left her mother behind. What lay ahead, uncertain.
Oh my God, I cried a lot.
Did you? You cried when you crossed in?
Yeah, I was forced to quit my country, and I didn't want it. It's like, if I want to cross my country, it should be my decision to quit my country, not that I have to.
But tonight, there is also relief. Quantek and his family did finally make it through after 30 hours of travel.
I had an idea it was going to be long, but not this long.
Exhausted, but still hopeful they'll be able to return to Ukraine one day.
It was hard to realize it.
Petroleum products. We have to get Europe out from underneath the control of Vladimir Putin. And right now, that means taking away the gas station, which is Russia.
Right. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Senator. I appreciate your time. And now I want to go to retired U.S. Army Major General James Spider Marks at the Magic Wall, and Seth Jones, Director of the International Security Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. So, General, let me start with you. Looking at the map in this moment here, and we are literally in these crucial hours of the morning. I mean, obviously it's the night in the United States as well, but it's 2 o'clock in the morning here. And that is really just as these assaults have begun for these past several nights as this war is being waged. Tonight, it is Kyiv in the crosshairs. The president says it's these next few hours could decide the fate of the capital. How much danger is Kyiv in? What are you looking at?
Well, it's in tremendous danger, as already has been reported. And I have to tell you, all those available sources of commercial intelligence, as well as CNN contributors on the ground and correspondents on the ground, is quite phenomenal. So we're getting a pretty good sense of what all that looks like. What's important to realize is that these forces that are in the direction of Kyiv, as we've already, Matthew Chance has already pointed out, have really put a marker on the ground at Antonov Airfield, which is just the northwest of Kyiv. That's the largest city in the country. And then you have Kharkiv, Dnipro, and Odessa are 1, 2, and 3, 3 and 4 in terms of the size. So what's significant is Putin has defined that correctly as the center of gravity. Everything hinges on the control of Kiev and how he can influence activities in Kiev. There's more to the story, and I'll get to that in a second. But also what's key here is if they can get to Kharkiv, they've already gotten some forces into Odessa, but this control of Dnipro is important because you now have the ability to at least control activity that's taking place along the Dnieper River. We haven't had much discussion about that, but that's important to the next step. But let me move to Kiev up close. What's really important, as described, is the activity that's there, that's being contested. But when they own that, they now can begin to bring forces, additional forces in, and they can bring forces down into Kiev. What needs to happen, again, let me highlight this. You take the Dnieper River through the middle of Kyiv. Now what needs to happen is the Ukrainians need to start cutting the bridges across so that if you get Russian forces on one side and Russia's forces on the other, they can't support each other. And the advantage goes to the defender at that point.
Wow. I mean, it's amazing when you look at that, just the importance, when you think about where we are and all the modern technology we have, the power of a river. Like so many parts of this story, it has reminded us of just these images from the past, from wars so long ago, now so relevant again tonight. Seth, you've been looking at all these images, all of the satellite images, all of the data. How would you describe what you are seeing right now in Kyiv?
Well, I think it's very clear at this point that the political objective right now by Vladimir Putin is to overthrow the Ukrainian government. That's why his forces are in Kyiv, and that's his objective in that sense. I think what'll be very concerning is the more resistance that Russian forces face by a combination of both entrenched Ukrainian military conventional forces and if there's essentially neighborhood resistance from the kinds of people, Aaron, that you described. The concern I have is watching Russian forces in Grozny and Chechnya, as well as Russian operations in Syrian cities like Aleppo. They will then turn to level those cities. Those cities turned into rubble as part of Russian combat operations. So we could see really the beginning of the partial destruction of Kyiv if this gets intense.
which is, again, something that would be unfathomable and incomprehensible. And now we really can't use those words to describe anything that might happen here. So, General Marks, if Russia does take control of Kyiv, which at this point seems inevitable, barring some sort of a miracle, because they simply just have a lot more power, what happens next then?
Yeah, what's important coming out of Kyiv and then looking at the larger map, the key thing is, as Seth has described, is they want to maintain control here. And by positioning forces around the city, they then can begin to move in, obviously, and start to take control. Clearly, again, as Seth described, the Russians are not known for precision targeting. This will be blanket type of firing. Lots of dumb weapon systems just breaking a lot of things. There are no rules of engagement or collateral damage assessments that their commanders go through. So this could be incredibly ghastly. And then you would expect that the same thing would happen in these other locations. What's key overall is they want to control that. They need to control the second largest city. And then they have to be able to ensure that nothing from the Black Sea that would contest their naval presence would come in. But the last place NATO wants to put naval forces in the Black Sea. The Black Sea is just a big bathtub, but it could happen. The Russian forces that are down here could be pinned in, but that's a really delicate operation. It might be able to be done from the Med and then flying in some air attack against those platforms.
Seth, your concern is that even if Kyiv falls, that could just be the beginning, but that could be very bad for Russia. Tell me what you mean.
Well, I think the issue, and look, you know, the U.S. discovered this in both Afghanistan and Iraq. It's one thing to overthrow the regimes, both the Saddam Hussein regime as well as the Taliban regime in 2001, but it's a very different thing to hold territory. So, I mean, I think as you've seen in areas that you're in right now, Aaron, the problem that the Russians may very well face is even if they overthrow or try to overthrow the government, or at least start to control urban terrain the way Spider's just described, they could very well face significant resistance as the war turns from a conventional one where we are right now and turns into an essentially guerrilla campaign. And in that sense, the Russians do not have a lot of experience in ground warfare recently. And so it will put them in extreme danger. And then we'll start getting complaints. Putin will start getting complaints from the mothers of Russian soldiers.
Yeah, well, I can tell you, you know, met a kid today, 18, just this baby face here, college kid, ready to have a gun, ready to stay and fight on the streets. I mean, if even some small percentage of the people who are prepared, say they're prepared to do that, do it, this will be horrific and bloody for so many. It's just awful. Thank you both. And next, our breaking news continues. We're going to take you live to southern Ukraine. Big developments there, some of the fiercest fighting that has been taking place, and perhaps a very significant change of control tonight. So we're going to go there. Plus, we're going to go to a small town attacked by Russia. What you will see, sobering. People crammed into small hotels, way more than should be, and they're just trying to stay safe. And Putin railing against the Ukrainian government tonight, calling officials here neo-Nazis and drug addicts. What does this say about his mind, his actual sanity?
Oh, my brother.
Surrender our capital to the enemy.
And speaking of your president, he has been filming defiant videos today, posting one on social media saying, "We are here." He earlier today also issued a call to arms to everyone capable of defending Kyiv to, quote, "Please help our military." But the Ukrainian military, we hear, are putting up a brave fight. Is that what you're hearing as well?
Absolutely. We actually admire every man and woman that today is defending our homes. Again, Ukraine is a very peaceful country. We never attacked anyone. It was Ukraine that was attacked by Russia in 2014 when they illegally occupied Crimea, when they illegally occupied parts of Donetsk and Lugansk territory, which then for 8 years we tried to use every diplomatic solution together with the United States and our partners and allies in Europe to negotiate and to diplomatically restore our territorial integrity. And then earlier this last year, as you all saw, when Mr. Putin started accumulating the troops around our border, and then he recognized so-called republics, which definitely are not republics. They have been occupied by Russians for this 8 years, and used that as a pretext to now wage a full-fledged invasion and war in our country. But again, you know, we don't have any other home, and we will defend this one. And we defended our choice to be not only sovereign, not only independent, but also European and democratic. And this is the reason why Putin attacked us. But this is exactly the reason why we will do everything to protect our house.
And Ambassador, I have to share with you, just a few weeks ago, I was there in Kyiv and spoke to so many people who said they lived through that 2014 revolution and they stayed in their homes. It was an awful time, and many of them saying they were choosing to stay this time around as well. But of course, as you know, hundreds of thousands are heading to the border. What are your humanitarian concerns at this hour?
Massive concerns. I mean, Putin's actions, not only to start the full-fledged war, but also targeting the civilian infrastructure. They hit an orphanage today. They hit a hospital today. They've hit so many individual private houses and apartment buildings. These are clear acts of war, but also criminal acts. And we are getting all this information and confirmations and evidences, and we will be doing everything possible to make them accountable for this. But also so many people had to leave their houses during these 2 days, relocate from many places, women with children. Some people moved closer to Western Ukraine, some people relocated within Ukraine, but it's major humanitarian crisis caused by Putin's actions, caused by Russian armed forces shelling, killing, and doing everything inside another country. So yes, we are working very closely with all humanitarian organizations. We are receiving great help from the United States, first and foremost, but also from European colleagues in order also to support people. So right now, essentially, what we as country are asking from all of our friends and allies, in addition to support and in addition to, you know, forming this, as we call it, anti-Putin coalition, where we already have 73 countries and 9 international organizations. But we also are asking for more weapons so that our brave men and women can sustain the effort to defend our home, but also asking for financial and humanitarian support so that while we defend our country, we can also support those who were affected, all the people who were affected. And, you know, the schools are not in session. You also saw that your correspondent back in Kyiv and in other places saw that children have to sleep in the shelters, children have to be outside of, not in schools. I mean, people are, they're afraid on a daily, minute basis. Now there are sirens and there are attacks. I mean, it's unimaginable that something like this in the 21st century can happen in the center of Europe, and that it's a large nuclear power, Russia, that is doing this. So this cannot go unpunished.
so many disruptions to so many lives. And as we're speaking, we're also able to see some of the images, some of the video and pictures of the areas that have been targeted. But it's so difficult to watch, and it's just unbelievable that this is taking place. And I have to tell you, a lot of the folks that we spoke to there in Kyiv, in Lviv, they really didn't think this was going to happen. Even our translator who was with us, with our crews the entire time, she really didn't think there would be an invasion. And I just spoke with her earlier today, and she is so worried, she's so concerned, and she really has no place to go. And it is just heartbreaking. Now, Ambassador, I have to ask, are you happy with the sanctions, or content, I should say, with the sanctions so far announced by President Biden and the leaders in Europe? What more would you like to see done?
We of course are very grateful for a rapid response by President Biden, by Congress, by administration, by everyone. But also what is very important this time, that we see unity, that this response is pretty much from all of the people of a free will, from all of the people who value democratic principles, all people who know that this is unacceptable. So given that it started only happening 2 days ago, but we all knew that this is what Russian Federation was preparing for, because they didn't concentrate all those up to 200,000 troops around our border for nothing. And we know that the intent to destroy our country was always there. You know, since we regained independence in 1991, they always had these dreams about getting us back under their occupation.
The enemy will use all the forces at their disposal to break our resistance, vile, cruel, and inhuman. Tonight they will storm. We must all understand what awaits us. We have to persevere tonight. The fate of Ukraine is being decided right now, end of quote. We just heard something that the Russian ambassador wanted to present as assurances from himself and from his leadership that it's all provocation. And that he urged us not to yield to provocations. Do you remember how many times he said that, and his deputies said in this very room that there will be no invasion, no attacks? Do you remember how during the previous session he was walking out of the chamber, trying to call someone, not knowing what was going on? How we can trust you? How we can trust your assurance? You have no idea what is on the mind of your president. Your words have less value than a hole in the New York pretzel. The Russian Federation that occupied by treachery the seat of the Security Council member in 1991 violates daily not only the charter but also the provisional rules of procedure of this council. Because if Russia did not violate the provisional rules, then Mr. Nebenzia had to follow Rule 20. Let me quote. I begin the quote. For the proper fulfillment of the responsibilities of the presidency, he should not preside over the council during the consideration of a particular question with which the member he represents, that's the Russian Federation, is directly connected. He, the rule reads, shall indicate his decision to the council not to preside. So since the council is not ruled by the current presidency by rules, I will be probably also unruly. And I will ask all of you to dedicate a moment of complete silence to pray or to meditate if you do not believe in God, for peace, to pray for souls of those who has been already killed, for souls of those who may be killed. And I invite the Russian ambassador to pray for salvation. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let us spend a moment in a complete silence.
Прошу прощения, прежде чем мы перейдем к минуте молчания, я хочу включить в этот список тех людей, которые погибли за все эти годы на Донбассе.
All human lives are valuable.
I do
Let's
not
not forget
excuse
that
you,
either.
But let's, ladies and gentlemen, spend a moment in complete silence. Thank you. I thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let me continue with my statement. I'm saddened, however, that there is a small handful of members that seem to be still tolerating the war. Any complex historical context could not be used to justify what is going on. And I may say to some, it is exactly the safety of your nationals right now in Ukraine that you should be the first to vote to stop the war, to save your nationals in Ukraine, and not to think about whether you should or should not vote because of the safety of your nationals. Nothing could justify missile shellings of kindergarten and an orphanage, hospitals that happened today. And in fact, one of my relatives got a stroke a couple of days ago, and the person cannot be evacuated even to the shelter because the person is not movable. So the person is in the hospital in the city of Kyiv. These attacks are war crimes and violations of the Rome Statute, whether you party to it or not. We are collecting these and other facts and will immediately send them to The Hague. And responsibility is inevitable. Nothing could justify today's deliberate shelling by a Russian warship of a Moldovan-flagged chemical tanker with the Russian crew. Imagine. Or a Panamanian flag cargo ship near Odessa port in the Black Sea. It is a flagrant violation of international law of the sea. Is it a time to discuss historical reflections against the backdrop of the alarming situation in the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, seized by the Russian armed groups. They detain the staff of the nuclear power plant, not allowing them to rotate as required by technical safety rules. Another matter of alarm that the control levels of gamma radiation, those rates in the exclusion zone, have already been exceeded because of the damage of the topsoil due to the movement of a large number of heavy military equipment, including tanks. And as a result, there is contamination by radioactive dust. Dear Security Council members, as of previous night, midnight, almost 140 persons were killed on the Ukrainian side and 316 persons wounded during the first day of the Russian invasion. Many objects of civilian infrastructure were ruined. To stop a young gentleman, a hero, blew himself on a bridge. He killed himself to destroy the bridge, not to let the Russian tanks to go ahead. But the destruction takes place not only in cities. 80% of infrastructure of the small town of Shestya, located on the government-controlled part of Donbass, have been completely destroyed, according to the local administration. Occasionally, the name of the town is translated as happiness. That's actually the name of the town. Shestya, happiness. What a grotesque irony. It speaks volumes what kind of happiness the Russian Federation is bringing to Donbass, to Ukraine, to other nations. Sooner or later, if we continue to allow Russia to go ahead with its diabolical plan. And rest assured, Ambassador, there will be no hospitality to your troops on our territory. Ukraine has been executing its right for self-defense according to the Article 51. It's not the Russia that executes. Your perverse reading of the Charter is so sick that it's impossible to interpret. Calling occupational troops peacekeepers, claiming the right of self-defense, lunacy. The Russian troops are suffering heavy losses. Aircraft, helicopters, tanks, trucks, and most importantly, personnel. You can stop the vote in this chamber. But what may stop the war is unfortunately the bodies and thousands of bodies of Russian soldiers that will be delivered to their mothers in Russia, whether you like it or not, because we have to defend our territories, we have to defend ourselves on our territory. Thousands of Ukrainians have already joined the Ukrainian army or territorial defense forces. And the resolve and dedication of civilians joining the territorial defense forces is the best proof that we will not surrender, even if you succeed to temporarily occupy additional chunks of our territory. Ukraine has broken diplomatic relations with Russia, something that had to be done 8 years ago. We call on our partners to follow our example or to find other ways to severe relationships, diplomatic relationships with Russia. We call on international organizations to ban or suspend the Russia's membership. The latter has happened today, in fact, as the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, by overwhelming majority, I mean, it's almost like consensus, adopted the decision to suspend the Russian Federation from its rights of representation in the Committee of Ministers and in the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. In the first place, you shouldn't have been invited to the Council of Europe. You were invited to the Council of Europe, this temple of human rights, in the middle of the Chechen War. In the very middle of the Chechen War, even before the Khasav-Yurt agreements. For hypocritical political reasons, the Europeans then were of the opinion that it's better to invite you, and you were invited in the middle of the war, killing thousands and thousands of your own citizens in Chechnya. We count upon the proper reaction by the international community to medieval atrocities by Russia in Ukraine. For today, a number of countries have already imposed sanctions on Russia, and the burden must be heavy. And if you say that sanctions is nothing, but I'm sure that the bodies of killed soldiers of Russia is not nothing, even if you are completely diabolical. We are sincerely grateful to the UN for its prompt decision to support the humanitarian response in Ukraine, as well as we highly commend the UN efforts to encourage major humanitarian donors to make additional funding available. I thank the Secretary General for his statement to this effect. And I have a plea. Stop harassing the Secretary General. Stop attacking him. Show respect to the institution. Stop wiping your feet of the Secretary General, who is a very nice person and a dedicated supporter of the UN Charter. We remain open for negotiations, but don't put words in our mouths. Don't manipulate with our statements about negotiations. We are sick of your interpretations. Speak on your own behalf. Do not speak on our behalf. This was stated by the President of Ukraine, that we are open to negotiations on a permanent basis, and we have been saying that all along. It is you who killed Normandy 4. It is you who killed the Minsk agreements. All that gibberish about who said what and when in Normandy 4 by no means can justify the offensive. By no means can justify thousands and thousands of your troops on our territory. Your today's call of your president to the Ukrainian army to remove the government of Ukraine, are you crazy? Show respect for the core principles enshrined in the UN Charter. Sovereign equality, non-use of force or threat of force against territorial integrity, and political independence. In my opening remarks, I said that parents of ambassadors here, all ambassadors but you, are proud of their children. And children of the ambassadors are proud of their parents. It's so painful to think what your family think about you when you lie every day. The Russian people deserve peace, democracy. The Russian people deserve liberty, and they will have it. If not tomorrow, because tomorrow is not possible, then probably in near future. Thank you.
The list of speakers is exhausted. Prior to concluding today's meeting, I wish to comment just on one thing and to calm members of the council. There was a lot to comment on the representative of Ukraine. I will leave the boorishness at his conscience, on his conscience. This is a matter of his conscience, that is the boorishness with which he addressed the council. But I say one thing, this is a report yesterday, the Russian Defense Ministry, yesterday, 24 February, the units of the Russian paratrooper division took full control of area in the Chernobyl nuclear power plant area. Military services took by Ukraine, an agreement was reached about the joint provision of security for the sarcophagus and other units in the power plant. We do not want Ukraine to generate a dirty bomb. The representatives of the Defense Ministry noted that personnel of the stations continue to carry out service there, and they are monitoring the radioactive situation, their radioactive situation. And this is a report from Vienna. The level of radiation in the Chernobyl nuclear power plant is low. The threat to population does not exist. This was announced on Friday by the Director General of the IAEA. The list of speakers is closed. The meeting stands adjourned.
Okay, so that's going to do it for that meeting. As we've listened in to the majority of it, the Russian ambassador calling it at the end, and the Ukrainian ambassador calling for a moment of silence. The Russian ambassador coming back and saying it should be for all lives, not just Ukrainian lives that were lost. That's as Russia is vetoing this resolution that would eventually condemn the war, the invasion of Russia into Ukraine, which means this resolution is no longer, it has been killed. And so next steps when it comes to conversation in the condemnation to come, as we've been hearing from the UN Security Council over the past couple of nights in the midst of these air attacks and ground attacks as well. We have our forces, our reporters that are staged out in Kyiv, out in Ukraine, giving us details on the sirens that they can hear and the explosions that they can hear through the evening. When we come back after this commercial break, we'll be hearing from Greg Palcott. We'll also be hearing about anxiety amid war, as that is conversation right here at home in the United States, how to deal with that, how to deal with these conversations surrounding the situation underway. Also, evacuation efforts in Ukraine, as thousands and thousands of Ukrainians are heading to the border, trying to get into Poland to flee to safety, while some Ukrainians are staying put, including President Zelensky, anchoring down and bringing up arms and wanting to stay in Kyiv to protect the capital at this time, as some experts are saying it could fall in the evening hours. Here it is almost 6 o'clock in Phoenix, Arizona, almost 8 o'clock out on the East Coast, but getting into the wee morning hours out in Kyiv. So stick with us, as many more details to come after this break.
child in a private school in the US. I mean, that could become difficult. And I think that that might be more of the effective route. But quite honestly, Aaron, my source in Russia said that it doesn't even matter. This will just get Putin angrier, and that none of these oligarchs will really be willing to stand up to him.
Well, it's important to hear that. I know people wish that was not what you're hearing. It's important to know it. Lisa, thank you. And our breaking news continues. As we said, in these next few hours, perhaps going to decide the fate of Kyiv, the capital of this country, where this war goes. We're going to take you back to Kyiv, where tonight a series of explosions were just heard by our Matthew Chance. So we're going to go right back there. And in the midst of the fear and uncertainty here, I found a store open. And the owners told me that no matter what, they are staying. And they are staying because of those cats.
Government. The military not alone in the fight. The Interior Minister saying 18,000 civilians have been given weapons. President Vladimir Zelensky standing side by side with citizens, ready to defend the advance.
We are all here. Our soldiers are here. The citizens are here, and we are here. We defend our independence.
The leader vowing to stay despite he and his family being Putin's top targets. U.S. and NATO allies meeting Friday, stepping up efforts to stop Russia. President Biden holding a 40-minute call with Zelensky, offering support. NATO sending in rapid response troops and more weapons to help protect allies.
We are deploying elements of the NATO response force on land, at sea, and in the air to further strengthen our posture and to respond quickly to any contingency.
Moscow on Friday expressing a willingness to talk. This as they unleash an amphibious assault, dropping thousands of Marines on a beach in southeast Ukraine near the Russian border and firing more than 200 missiles on its neighbor.
And Putin only understands strength. We have the ability literally to bring Russia's economy to a grinding halt.
The UK today imposing sanctions directly on Putin and his foreign minister Sergei Lavrov on top of sanctions already being placed on Russia. In London, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
And meanwhile, back here at home in America, people are reacting, especially Ukrainian Americans. Want to pull up this pretty beautiful shot, Empire State Building out in New York, being lit up in the colors of the country of Ukraine. Earlier today, we spoke with Fox's Giovanni Ligi out in Sacramento, California, where more protests are planned to stand with Ukraine.
America is home to just over 1 million Ukrainian Americans. Many live in major cities like Chicago, Philadelphia, New York City, and Los Angeles.
No English, no parents.
This is Vlad. More than 2 decades ago, he moved here to follow the American dream. His parents and 5 brothers are stuck in Ukraine.
People thinking how not to die tomorrow. They are trying to calculate exit, where it's like closest bomb shelter for them if something happened.
Vlad says this is a critical moment for his home country.
The standard we walked past, the standard we accept. What we have in Ukraine today, why this whole war? Because Ukraine want to be independent.
Many Ukrainians like Vlad are wondering what will happen to their home country.
My daughter, she asked me, Mama, why this war? Why? Why people, they should die? Why? Which reason? And I don't know what answer.
That's Olga. She's from Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine. Her family is joining demonstrations here in the United States, showing their support for Ukraine. Dasha, who moved to Sacramento just months ago, is doing the same.
We don't want the war because people will be killed. Their children will be killed.
So once again, that was Fox's Giovanni Ligi reporting there. As you could hear, anxieties over war are definitely looming right now in the United States. Fox 13 in Tampa with how to address those conversations as they are growing right now.
Well, the images coming out of Ukraine are heartbreaking and can be challenging for adults to take in, but it can be really difficult for our children. And joining us now is Ken Gibson with the Crisis Center of Tampa Bay. Thanks so much for taking the time to be with us.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much.
Our kids might be hearing some details about the attack, probably seeing all sorts of images that the parents can't control. So how can we talk to our kids about what's happening?
The images are very scary. It's something that many of us are not used to seeing. So really, it's really time to be honest with them. We also live in a time where there is misinformation that gets circulated. So really sit down with them, talk with them about what they're hearing, and try to communicate the facts of what's really taking place in the situation.
So how can we ease their fears and anxieties, though, when they see images of kids their own age with blood on their face, or walking down a street with nothing in their hands?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's important for us as adults to have an understanding of what's going on and to stay tuned in. But we do live in a 24-hour news cycle. And so one of the things we have to be mindful is when we're around our kids, perhaps limit some of that consumption in terms of what they're being exposed to. Also, don't be afraid to talk with your kids. If they express a concern, if they seem fearful, if they have a change of behavior, sit down, talk with them, validate their feelings, and listen to what they're saying.
This can also be difficult, I imagine, for some veterans or active duty service members. What can we do to support them?
Yeah, once again, those images, especially somebody who's lived in a combat situation, this is a time really to be checking in with your veteran friends, family members, and also their loved ones, their spouses and other family members, to make sure that they're doing okay, and communicate different types of resources and encourage veterans. Have a hard time sometimes seeking out help. So if they seem to be struggling, let them know that there are resources available to them.
Yeah, this is the time to keep our eye out for our friends and neighbors. So what can we do for ourselves, though, if we're so busy making sure everybody else is okay?
Yeah, then this extends beyond the certain, these particular circumstances. It's been such a stressful couple of years. It's okay to take care of yourself. The idea of self-care is very important, to be eating right, getting enough sleep, going for a walk, spending time with those that you care about. And, once again, if you feel yourself getting overwhelmed by the situation, to be sure to maybe
blankets on them, wearing as many layers of their clothes as possible. But they were smiling because they saw the cat wheel. You cannot look at that and not smile. And today, any human being in this country needed the gift of a smile. It turns out there were 20 cats in that cafe, the owners told me. Beautiful, well-behaved cats. Why was the cafe open when everything else was closed and people here are so on edge and afraid? Well, the owner's wife said, because it's simple. If we go, no one will feed our cats. We will never leave Ukraine. They stay because they love their pets. And it just made me realize in that moment that people stay for so many different reasons. And to me, the couple who stays because of their love for their cats, it was just a small ray of brightness on what was, for all of us here, a pretty sobering and dark day. Thanks so much for joining us. Our breaking news coverage continues now with AC 360.
Good evening. The fate of Ukraine is being decided. Its president, Volodymyr Zelensky, tonight. Russian forces gathering for what is now expected to be an assault on the capital and a decapitation of that country's leadership. Throughout Ukraine, there is fear and there is shock, as well as anger and defiance. Ukraine's 44-year-old president, who last night said he's target number one in the invasion, stood on a street in Kyiv earlier and said this.
Good evening, everyone. The leader of the fraction is here. The head of the president's administration is here. Prime Minister Shmyhal is here. Podolyak is here. The president is here. We are all here. Our military are here. Citizens and society are here. We are all here defending our independence, our state, and it will remain so. Glory to our defenders. Glory to our women defenders. Glory to Ukraine.
Just within the hour, multiple explosions have been heard on the outskirts of the capital, with Russian forces also advancing on Kyiv from the north, according to the Ukrainian military, and heavy fighting now reported south of the city. Expect more to come on this as the morning unfolds there. Already, civilians have come under fire, whether deliberately or incidentally, we can't say. This is an apartment complex in Kyiv hit earlier today. And an American official tells CNN that the Biden administration believes that Russia will threaten to kill families of Ukrainian soldiers if they do not surrender. Meantime, on the streets of Kyiv, residents, ordinary people, are taking up arms. And as Russian troops moved in the north of the city, the Ukrainian Defense Ministry tweeted for citizens to, quote, make Molotov cocktails and take down the occupier. Outside Ukraine, for the first time, NATO activated its multinational response force consisting of land, air, sea, and special operations forces from the allies that can deploy quickly in support of the alliance. And the White House moved to place direct sanctions on Vladimir Putin and Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, while Britain barred Russian private jets from operating in the UK. Also late today, as expected, Russia used its veto power as a permanent member of the UN Security Council to block a resolution condemning the invasion. There's certainly a lot to cover and a lot happening. CNN's Clarissa Ward is in Kyiv. CNN's Caitlin Collins is at the White House in Moscow for us tonight. CNN contributor Jill Doherty. And in southeastern Poland, just across the border from Ukraine, CNN's Scott McLean. Also tonight, a live report from a city in the Black Sea region, the battle there for strategic river crossing. First, though, we just want to give you a look at the kind of overall state of play from CNN Pentagon correspondent Oren Lieberman.
Ukraine's capital city of Kyiv is under siege. Attacks could be heard close to the city center, with Russian military vehicles seen on the sound of gunfire echoed in residential areas. Ukrainian volunteers taking up arms to protect their home as air raid sirens sound across Kyiv again tonight. The U.S. is concerned that Kyiv could fall into Russian control within days, according to sources familiar with the latest intelligence. And the civilians of Ukraine are paying the horrible price of war. Citizens who fled to the safer western part of the country still finding themselves under threat. The Ukrainian military doing their best to halt the Russian advance, claiming to have inflicted some 800 Russian casualties and destroying more than 30 tanks, 7 aircraft, and 6 helicopters, while Russia denies losing any aircraft to the Ukrainians. But the Russian advance isn't stopping, pushing into Ukraine from 3 sides. Ukraine says Russian forces are closing in on Kyiv from the north and east.
This night will be very difficult, and the enemy will use all available forces to break the resistance of Ukrainians. This night we have to stand ground. The fate of Ukraine is being decided right now.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky today released video of himself defiantly on the streets of Kyiv to rally his nation.
We are all here defending our independence, our state, and it will remain so. Glory to our defenders.
Zelensky spoke with President Joe Biden again today, saying they discussed strengthening sanctions, concrete defense assistance, and an anti-war coalition. Earlier, Zelensky expressed frustration with the West, saying the Biden administration's raft of sanctions on Russia are not enough.
This morning, we are defending our country alone. Just like yesterday, the most powerful country in the world looked on from a distance.
And Zelensky is now appealing directly to Russian President Vladimir Putin for talks.
There is fighting all over Ukraine now. Let's sit down at the negotiating table to stop the death of people.
For his part, Putin has called for the Ukrainian people to rise up against the government.
Do not let Banderites and neo-Nazis use your children, wives, and old people as human shields. Take power into your own hands.
Despite overwhelming odds, the Ukrainian spirit has been on full display. And Ukraine released this audio, reportedly of an exchange between Russian and Ukrainian forces on the Black Sea before the Ukrainians were killed. Their last words?
CNN's Oren Lieberman reporting. Let's go to our correspondents in the field, starting with CNN Chief International Correspondent Clarissa Ward in Kyiv. So, Clarissa, there are reports of heavy fighting in the outskirts of Kyiv. What can you confirm? What are you hearing and seeing?
So Anderson, you won't be able to hear it on the camera mic because it's too far away, but we're hearing a lot of heavy fighting coming from that direction. That is where 4 miles in that direction is the suburb of Obolon, where there has been heavy fighting throughout the day. And we're really hearing just a steady rumble of strikes and artillery. The Ukrainian military is also claiming that they have shot down a Russian transport plane. CNN has not been able to independently confirm that at all. But it is clear that the Ukrainians are putting up quite a fight, Anderson. There's also reports of heavy fighting about 20 miles south of the capital. Still, the odds are simply not in the favor of the Ukrainian military. We actually drove in here today from the city in the east of Kharkiv, where we had been. And as we were driving along on the highway, we saw a Ukrainian military convoy that had just been hit, presumably by aerial bombardment. There were firemen there desperately trying to put out the remaining flames. There was smoke everywhere. We saw the body of one Ukrainian soldier who appeared to have been killed in that incident. The target, it seems, was a multi-rocket launcher that was at the head of that small convoy of about 3 vehicles. And I think what that tells you, Anderson, is just how difficult it is at this stage for the Ukrainians to move some of their more sophisticated weapons around because they don't have air defenses, because the Russians now really control the skies. They can take out targets opportunistically as and when they see them. And as we got right next to the Capitol, we then saw a large group of civil defense volunteers. They've been lining up all over the country trying to help out in any way that they can. The ones that we saw had a big pile of tires with them, Anderson. Presumably their plan is to set fire to those tires, try to block off the road, create a smokescreen if Russian troops came barreling down that highway. But it also, I think, just highlights what an uneven fight this is. There's definitely a David and Goliath element to this, even as we are seeing Ukrainian forces fighting so hard to defend this capital of nearly 3 million people, Anderson.
And Clarissa, given the fact that you drove westward into Kyiv today, I mean, are there a lot of roadblocks, a lot of checkpoints, a lot of fortifications around Kyiv that you were able to see?
I mean, there's definitely some checkpoints, some of them official, some of them seem to be more like these civil defense volunteers who are coming out. We saw some sort of makeshift roadblocks where people had put sort of slabs of concrete at various positions in the road, forcing the car to slow down to kind of weave between them. We also did see a couple of columns of Ukrainian tanks lining the sides of the road. So there are some defenses there. But when you think of that image of that, of that small military convoy that got hit, and you just see the damage that Russia's air power is capable of inflicting in such a short space of time, you realize very quickly that this is, going to be a tremendously difficult battle for them to win. And the concern becomes what happens here in Kyiv over the next few hours. We've been told by President Volodymyr Zelensky himself to expect the worst, and yet nobody knows exactly what will happen tonight, how things will play out, and what this city will look like in the morning, Anderson.
It's got to be one of the things that's so terrifying about being there for residents, for everyone, is not actually knowing exactly where Russian forces are or having visuals on, where people are positioned. I mean, it's the kind of the unknown of knowing that there are Russian forces all around, and yet you don't know where they are.
It's absolutely terrifying for most ordinary people who have never experienced anything like this here in Kyiv, certainly in their lifetime. They've been running extra trains to try to get people. I don't know if you could hear that. Some loud explosions there. We're hearing a car alarm going off as a result, but you can imagine how hard it is for ordinary families trying to sleep at night through that. So they're running these extra trains to try to get people out of Kyiv. They're trying to get roughly 10,000 people out by the end of tonight, which I guess now would be over. But, there's nearly 3 million people living here, Anderson, so it's a big job.
I want to go to Caitlin Collins now. The White House, these new sanctions that the U.S. has levied against Vladimir Putin directly, is the White House saying much about what kind of an impact, if any, they'll have?
Well, it's pretty symbolic, but it is also pretty provocative, Anderson, because you don't often see heads of state sanctioned. And the ones that come to mind are North Korea, Syria, not someone often as powerful as Putin is. And so this is significant. No one thinks that Putin has a lot of money in the United States that's going to be frozen as a result of these sanctions. But it is notable that they did take this step today, which we should note came after yesterday. President Biden and I had talked about this at his press conference. He said it was still an option that was on the table, but it was not one that they had took initially yesterday in light of this invasion starting in Ukraine. However, in the last 24 hours or so, he talked to European allies. The European Union went first with these sanctions on not only Putin, but also the Russian foreign minister, the top diplomat, Sergei Lavrov as well. And then now the United States and Canada as well are following tonight, sanctioning Putin himself, sanctioning Lavrov himself. And it is a notable step coming from the White House because it's really sending a message to Putin, I think. It's not going to change a ton, though there are travel restrictions as a part of this that will apply to Putin, that will apply to Lavrov, who we do often
going on. I'm guessing it's in this suburb of Obolon. It's just about 4 miles from where we are, but you can imagine that people can start to feel now this sort of noose tightening as Russian forces get closer and closer to the center of the capital, Anderson.
And Russian forces are coming from various directions. I mean, it's obviously there's Russian forces in Belarus, there's Russian forces on the eastern borders and in the south.
Yeah, they're coming from at least 3 different directions at the moment, and they've only moved in a third of the forces that they have at their disposal. You remember there's something like 170,000 of them who are massing on that border. It may well be that the attack on Kiev does not happen tonight, or the full-fledged assault, the storming, as President Volodymyr Zelensky warned about it, that they may be waiting for more of those reinforcements to come in as backup. But certainly the tone that you heard from President Zelensky in that address, Anderson, I mean, it was markedly different than anything we've heard from him before. This is the man who a week ago was saying, keep calm and carry on. There's never going to be a full-scale invasion, and we just don't see the intelligence in the same way that the U.S. does. Now saying it looks like it's going to happen tonight, and we are going to do everything we can to defend our country to stop the slaughter, Anderson.
Yeah, I mean, Clarissa, when you're telling the citizens to make Molotov cocktails in your apartment flats, I mean, that says a lot about what you're expecting and what kind of defenses you have and don't have.
Right. I don't know if you heard that. There was
Yeah.
another loud blast there,
we
but
could hear that.
tens of thousands of people, Anderson, and another one are lining up to volunteer in any way that they can. They're giving out weapons to people. They're telling people, exactly as you just mentioned, to learn how to make Molotov cocktails. In Obolon, that area where I think the fighting is hardest this evening, they were telling people, don't leave your houses, just make Molotov cocktails and throw them out the window. So they're really resorting to a number of different measures, anything they can to try to gain succor and provide some resistance to this onslaught, Anderson.
Well, also, I mean, the importance of the video you showed that you got along the highway, the air superiority, as you point out, allows Russian forces to, at will destroy any kind of column of troops that they want. So any kind of resistance ultimately would have to be much smaller units, much more sort of insurgency style.
Well, and that's what a lot of people are talking about, that, U.S. predicts that within days Kiev could fall. But I can tell you just from conversations I've had with people here on the ground in the city, and frankly, all around Ukraine, that if there is any kind of protracted Russian occupation, which President Putin has said there won't be, but it's difficult to see how that would be possible, people will rise up, and whatever small way they can, whether it's, tossing a Molotov cocktail out of a window or, approaching a group of Russian soldiers with an AK, I can guarantee you they will have a fight on their hands. And the worry there is that could very quickly get very ugly and could leave civilians particularly vulnerable, Anderson.
Yeah. Jill Doherty, as we continue to monitor what's going on in Kyiv, there was talk today from both sides about possibly convening for talks. How much stock should anyone put in that?
Not much. It was kind of a weird incident. There was a report. In fact, I was watching Russian TV at that moment, and they said there could be a chance for negotiations, for talks. The Ukrainians are ready to do it. And then they said President Putin was ready. He would send his people, and they were all set. But the place that they talked about initially was Minsk. And Minsk, of course, is Belarus, and Belarus is part of the conflict. So then they said they were on the line with President Zelensky of Ukraine. He suggested Warsaw, and then there was kind of silence. And then the talk over the phone was over. So I think it was being misrepresented by the Russians too, because they later said that they were going to talk about neutrality for Ukraine in terms of NATO. And the president of Ukraine is not talking about neutrality. So it was an odd moment that kind of became part of the information battle.
Scott, you're on the border, the Poland-Ukraine border, one of the points where Ukrainians are crossing over. Can you just talk about what you have been seeing throughout the day?
Hey, Anderson. Yeah, so we're about 30 minutes inside the border. It's past 2 o'clock in the morning here. There aren't trains expected to come or go for several hours, and you can see just how packed it is still with people down each hallway, and in the rooms in the rest of this train station there are cots, there are women and children sleeping on those cots. Many of them simply do not know where they're going to go. There are volunteers giving them food and water and trying to link them up with a place to go. It may be a school gymnasium, it may also be a Polish person who has decided out of the kindness of their heart to take in some of those women and children. Now, the train that just arrived a couple of hours ago from Kyiv, it was held up for hours at the border as Ukrainians carried out their passport checks. Though sitting on a train for several hours, Anderson, is a lot better than standing outside in the frigid temperatures at some of these pedestrian crossings. Ukraine is not allowing men between 18 and 60 to cross, but clearly there are exceptions, because we spoke to a man earlier today who was able to convince the Ukrainian border guards to let him through with his wife and with his kids as well. And he described for us the chaos at the station just trying to get on the train. Listen.
Most people, they just didn't have the tickets, so they just stormed the train. I mean, it was almost like a stampede. People were trying to get inside no matter what. Nobody was actually checking tickets because, I mean, obviously most people didn't have any tickets.
It was chaos.
It was chaos. It was chaos. It was a lot of people pushing around, and I mean, people run to escape, to run for their lives, so I don't blame them.
Yeah, it is absolutely hard to blame them. In fact, things were so chaotic at one station in Kyiv earlier today that soldiers there fired warning shots just to keep the crowd under control, Anderson.
Scott McLean, appreciate it. Caitlin Collins, Jill Doherty as well, Clarissa Ward as well. We'll continue to check in with you throughout this hour. When we come back, a former commanding general of the U.S. Army in Europe, CNN military analyst Mark Hertling, on the ongoing battles and whether he agrees with the assessment that Russian forces may be having a tougher time of it than anticipated. More on that ahead.
That these 50 children were not harmed and were not killed during this attack. Several ambulances in Zaporizhia, Kyiv, and Donetsk Oblast were also hit by the enemy. In the attempt to cover up its crimes from their own people, because we all know the truth. And I know the information everywhere in Ukraine, but in Europe and especially here in the United States is open for the public, but they would like to cover it from their own people, from Russian people. So today the Russian authorities have decided to partially limit access to Facebook in Russia. Yet the international community already documented these crimes to prevent necessary evidence, to present necessary evidence against the Russian government. And our prosecutor general is collecting all the data and preparing it all for the international tribunals. We are particularly concerned by the situation in the Chernobyl power plant. We were informing the world starting from yesterday that there were fights for this power plant and that Russia completely took over the Chernobyl power plant and the exclusion zone yesterday. We're even more concerned because they took hostages 92 members of the operational personnel of Chernobyl power plant. And contrary to the rules of how the personnel should work in
Сьогодні все таки стоять. Це перше. Була набагато більше. Це Берестейська. І не центр.
That's from Live UA Map. It originally was posted by Ilya
inflict maximum pain on Putin and his regime. But then you have other countries like Germany, Austria, and Italy that are reluctant to do so, in part because SWIFT is used to sell Russian gas, which the EU is heavily dependent on. You actually had Germany's finance.
Of what civilians are being forced to endure at this moment. The journalist who took the video joins us now, Terrell Starr, a non-resident senior fellow with The Atlantic and host of the Black Diplomats podcast. Terrell, I understand you just heard an explosion?
Yes, sir, I did. Right outside of my window, the explosions have been taking place throughout the night. There was a slight moment of silence, but pretty much I've heard multiple explosions, sometimes two, sometimes three in a row. That's something that's been ongoing as we go into the second day of fighting. Fighting, yeah.
You went around Kyiv today. What was it like, just in terms of what you heard, what you saw?
Yeah, so I drove around. One of the things that you saw were men going to recruiting centers to pick up automatic rifles. I visited 3 myself, and you saw these centers teeming over with men willing to fight for their country. There is just a major, overwhelming number of people going to fight. It was an incredible sight to see men in jumpsuits, men in sneakers with these automatic rifles. You also saw a mass exodus outside of the city. Long queues at gas stations, long queues at grocery stores, food in short supply at grocery stores. You also struggle to get money out of ATM machines. And so you saw people with roller luggage trying to find a way out. People were on the sides of the road trying to hitchhike outside of the city. So it was a very surreal sight. But the main thing were all these men of all ages. Some look like children fresh out of high school. Some in their 50s, all ready to fight for Ukraine.
And what about food, things like gasoline, water supplies? What is it like for civilians? Is it still okay?
Yeah, generally speaking, if you just know where to go. So if you can go to a little kiosk outside your store, it's normal. It also depends on where you are in the city. But it's there, but you just have to know where to go. And the lines are long if you are willing to wait. It's not like there's just shortages to the point where people are starving. It's not that bad, but you do have to know where to go. Another thing is that the city is so empty that in some respects, if you go to the right neighborhood, you won't find any lines at all. But but some neighborhoods, they are quite long.
Charles Starr, I really appreciate the work you're doing and appreciate you talking to us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Be careful. More new sanctions announced today. As we mentioned, there are some aimed at Vladimir Putin. While they help isolate Putin on the world stage, there's still, of course, the question of what kind of an actual impact they would have. I'm joined now by Democratic Congressman Jason Crow, former Army Ranger who served in Afghanistan and Iraq, and who serves on both the Armed Services and Intelligence Committees. Last week, he met with Ukrainian officials at the Munich Security Conference, led a congressional delegation to Ukraine in December. Congressman, I'm wondering what you make of what you have seen so far from Russian forces on the ground in Ukraine.
Hi, Anderson. Well, I've been impressed by the resolve and the will to fight by the Ukrainians. Certainly, it was something that I've heard repeatedly over the last couple of months. I led a congressional delegation to Ukraine in December. I've had a lot of meetings with Ukrainian leadership, including most recently last week, met personally with the mayor of Kyiv, who is now on the front lines fighting himself. What has become very clear to me is that these are people with a will to fight. They know they are fighting for their survival. They know they are fighting for their freedom. And that's a very dangerous thing for Vladimir Putin. I think he has miscalculated this. I think he was thinking that he could do this quickly, that their will to fight would collapse. And that's certainly not happening at this point.
It was interesting talking just now to General McCurtling, who was talking about the difficulty Russian forces will face. Say they take Kyiv and a number, and Kharkiv in the east, which is the second largest city of 1.5 million people, but occupying those cities, putting in a puppet government, all of that requires a lot of troops, probably even more troops than they have.
Yeah, that's right, Anderson. I was a paratrooper of the 82nd Airborne Division during the invasion of Iraq. And I remember going into the very densely packed cities of Baghdad and Asamwa and Diwania and Ramadi. And it is unbelievable when you have a dense urban area, how that soaks up infantry forces. Now we look at that 200,000 number, the 200,000 Russian troops. That's the full complement of troops. Only a fraction of those are infantry. Those are infantry soldiers that have to go in and occupy massive cities. And those cities will soak up those troops. And you add on top of that, as we're sitting here right now, you have tens of thousands of Kyiv residents and residents from cities across Ukraine who are loading their Kalashnikov rifles, who are sitting there with their families, making Molotov cocktails at their kitchen tables. Those Russian soldiers are in for a very rude awakening in the days and weeks ahead, I believe.
The Russian way, though, of waging war, I mean, you see what they did in Chechnya. It's a very different kind of, it's a far more brutal way even than a lot of, certainly than U.S. forces trying to, operate in a city. They don't have quite the same rules.
Yeah, it is brutal, but when you're going up against a guerrilla style warfare, which is this is soon to be. Let's not forget that the Russian forces are probably at the height of their advantage right now, a conventional versus conventional fight. As this changes to a guerrilla style fight, and you have civilians and others who are running around with Kalashnikov rifles shooting at Russian soldiers, the advantage of military units greatly erode. And if the instinct of those units, those conventional units, those Russian units, is to become more brutal in the crackdown, what happens is the civilian populations resist even more fiercely as a result of that. It is an opposite reaction. So that really works to their disadvantage to do that. And frankly, that is going to be Putin's instinct.
Congressman Jason Crow, I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ahead, a look at the intense fighting also occurring tonight in the south of the country, where both sides have fought to hold a key bridge. We have a live report from Kherson next.
there where the sky is kind of lit up. Those took place in the southwest part of the city. So you can see what I'm basically drawing. Must be Anderson.
And at this point, what are the defenses like in Kyiv? I mean, are they visible?
That is in the west, we believe, over near the Kyiv Zoo. To the north, which has been the real concern for this city, that is where we have seen the most significant fighting. Remember, Russian troops coming down towards Kyiv from the Belarusian border, where tens of thousands of Russian forces have gathered over the past few weeks for what they have called exercises. Now, clearly obvious that they were gathering for this invasion. We came up from the southern part of we came up into Kyiv from the south not too long ago, and now we're being told some of the fiercest fighting tonight is taking place about 20 miles from the capital down there, just south of Kyiv. Wolf.
Yeah, let's not forget Kyiv is a big city. It's a city of almost 3 million people, heavily populated. And if the Russians are attacking all these various areas in and around the city, God only knows how many people might be getting killed and injured in the process. Alex, I want you to stand by. We're going to get back to you for any new developments. I know this is a dangerous situation. I want you to be very, very safe. It gets too dangerous. You go to that bunker that I know you guys have over there, but stand by. We'll get back to you soon. In the meantime, I want to go straight to Moscow. Nick Robertson is on the scene for us there. Nick, what do you know about Russia's plans tonight? Because the Ukrainian President Zelensky says tonight could be the night that the Russian forces move into the capital.
In one word, ominous. I think that's the best way to describe the plans. The Russians have said they've gone in to demilitarize and denazify the country. President Putin holds President Zelensky in absolute the lowest regard possible. I mean, he's sort of venomous towards him in the tone and the type of language that he uses. So there certainly does seem to be enough reason to believe that there will be an effort to topple the leadership, to kill the leadership. That's one part of the tactic. But I think the other very ominous thing that we learned over the past few hours or so was when President Putin spoke, and he accused the US military of advising the Ukrainian military to put their weaponry in civilian areas. Now, this is right out of Russia's playbook of operations. If they say, oh dear, we think that the military is hiding the military equipment in the civilian neighborhood, that tells you the Russians are going to go and attack the civilian neighborhoods, despite the fact that 24 hours ago they were saying, no, the civilians should be safe. The other thing that Putin is doing as well, he's called on the Ukrainian military, the Ukrainian people to turn on their own government, completely misreading the situation. So this is an environment now where essentially President Putin has declared open season on civilian neighborhoods to achieve his military victory. Where it stops in the city, decapitating the leadership is still the best guess, Wolf.
All right, Nick, we're going to get back to you as well, Nick Robertson in Moscow, with the latest from there. I want to discuss what's going on right now and bring in retired U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis and Julia Yaffe, a veteran journalist on Russia. She knows what's going on, a founding partner, by the way, at Puck News. Colonel Davis, considering what we're hearing on the ground, what we're seeing, Kyiv, the capital, under siege right now, we're hearing lots of explosions going on in and around the city. How worried are you that the capital could fall?
Well, I mean, based on all the things that are being reported and the things that your correspondents are seeing on the ground there, I think the chances are much higher than I thought, maybe even 12, 24 hours ago, because the assumption was that the little bit tougher and have a slower go and maybe even set up some significant defenses within the city. But so far, it honestly doesn't look like that the Ukraine military as an organization has been able to even slow down the Russians. I mean, I heard some complaints earlier today saying that the Russian advance was going slower, but as your correspondents have just pointed out, they are advancing on the capital from literally every direction. And wherever there's been a pitched battle, the Russians win. They put down the Ukrainians and they move completely forward. Now, I think that this kind of brings out a point that needs to be brought out that no one's talking about yet. If President Zelensky sees that the Russians are coming and that his forces can't stop it, the last thing he should be doing is putting his people in harm's way by telling them to go out and throw Molotov cocktails, handing them AK-47s they have no idea how to use properly. All he's going to do is end up getting people killed, and it's not going to change the outcome. I think right now he should really be pressing with what the New York Times is reporting, that he is willing to negotiate a declaration of neutrality with Russia in Israel. That's where he should go. That's what can save his people at this point, and that's probably all.
Well, what do you think, Julia? Because I don't think there's any indication at all, at least I haven't seen any indication that Putin and the Russians are ready to negotiate anything.
I think that's right, Wolf. And although I understand the concern about people getting killed and that it's might feel irresponsible to tell them to make that Russian tanks, I think politically, Zelensky is in a very tough spot. You know, what is he going to do? Just negotiate and give up Ukraine's sovereignty or Ukraine's potential membership to NATO? I think it's going to look too like he's cutting and running, or exceeding defeat before it's absolutely necessary. And it seems like the mood in the country is such that people want to fight and they want their president to fight. And that might be at odds with kind of keeping casualties low, but I think the mood is that they want to stand up to the Russian conquerors.
You know, Colonel Davis, Russia, as you know, has amassed nearly 200,000 troops, maybe 190,000 troops around Ukraine. Now, many of those troops are now in Ukraine. How much more brutal could this entire assault get?
Well, it could go a lot worse. Evidence indicates that this has been a phased approach, and that Russia did not just like roll all these 200,000 vehicles and tanks and other personnel in, but they're doing it in a phased approach to make penetrations, and then they'll bring other what's called pursuit forces to go through that, and that's when you could see some rapid roll-ups. But I do want to point out, officially from the Kremlin, they have said, after Zelensky made that comment earlier today, they officially said they are willing to talk about this, and they're actually talking with Israel too. But the other thing, and this is the hard reality, if it's evident that militarily you can't stop Russia, then it doesn't matter how brave a face you want to put on there. There's no point in putting civilians in harm's way if the end result is going to be the same. Whether you make a negotiation, whether you even say, hey, I'm going to surrender the capital so it doesn't get hit, or you say, no, we're going to fight to the end result is the same. The difference is how many people have to die before that. And I think the leader has a responsibility to take care of his people.
This is moving very, very rapidly indeed. Julia, U.S. officials, as you well know, suspect Putin's goal is first to topple Kyiv, the capital, put his own pro-Russian government in place, either arrest or kill Zelensky and maybe other cabinet members and their families. Ukrainians have become a lot more independent, more anti-Russian over the past 8 years, haven't they?
Yeah, and in part that's Putin's handiwork. The more he wanted to forcibly bring them into his embrace, the more he's driven them away and toward the West. And if Ukraine was a country that was much more divided before 2014, Putin certainly remedied that. And these days, I don't think Ukraine has ever been as unified. You have opposition politicians praising President Zelensky, even though they used to criticize him. There is a real rallying around the flag effect. And I just want to get back to the point about negotiations. I think if we've learned anything from the last couple months is that the Russians don't want to negotiate. Putin made that very clear in his speech in declaring the invasion. And it's something that a lot of his ministers and officials have echoed. The goal isn't NATO anymore, at least not the stated goal. I don't think it was ever about NATO and neutrality. He talked about denazifying Ukraine, which has a Jewish president and a Jewish prime minister. The goal is regime change. I don't know how you negotiate that, and I don't know how, civilian casualties or not. Of course, you want to save people's lives, but there is also a political aspect and a kind of, for lack of a better term, a spiritual aspect to this. The Ukrainians don't want to be defeated before they have to be. And that might be irrational and that might be emotional, but I think emotions are running so high right now, and it's hard to not understand that.
Yeah, Putin made it very clear in that speech that he gave. He doesn't even regard Ukraine as a country. He sees it obviously as part of Russia. Julia Yaffe, thank you very much. Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis, thanks to you as well. We appreciate both of your expertise tonight. We're keeping a very, very close eye on Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine tonight. Explosions are being seen in and around the capital. This is clearly Putin's war right now. Why did he choose to do this right now? We're going to take it to a former U.S. ambassador to NATO. We'll discuss as our breaking news coverage.
Ukraine, that if the capital falls, I think the country falls. And Russia will have successfully taken over all of the country. I think they will leave their forces on the territory of Ukraine. They will seize the control of the borders of Ukraine to the west, to Europe. And this is one more piece in the puzzle. Putin has taken over Belarus. He's taken control of the security services in Kazakhstan. He's taken pieces of Georgia and Moldova, already taken pieces of Ukraine. But now if he gets the whole thing, this is one more big step on his project of reestablishing a Russian empire.
And recreating the USSR, is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, I think the U.S. Look, Wolf, this is a good move. It is important that NATO show to Russia that we will defend NATO allies. If they are attacked, we will come to their defense. There will be a direct conflict with Russia if they do that. Therefore, Russia should not touch NATO. That's very important. But the problem with this is it doesn't address the immediate issue of Russia's attacks on Ukraine. This NATO response force is not going to be deployed to defend Ukraine. It is there to reassure and protect existing NATO allies. We need to have more on the table of what we can do today, tonight, to help the Ukrainians fend off this Russian attack.
In the Situation Room a few hours ago, I spoke with Congressman Adam Kinzinger. He's a U.S. Air Force lieutenant colonel. He served in Iraq and Afghanistan. And he told me that to protect the Ukrainian citizens, which is the immediate need right now, the U.S. and NATO should declare what he calls a no-fly zone over Ukraine. Would that be worth the risk? What's your reaction to that, Ambassador?
Yeah, I think this is a very serious idea that we should be looking at. Maybe not all of Ukraine, because I think the closer we get to Russian territory, the more we put our own planes at risk of Russian ground-to-air missiles that could take our planes down. But if we're talking about preventing airborne attacks or missile attacks against civilian populations in Ukraine, this is certainly worth looking at. We did this, if you remember, over the Kurdish areas in Iraq when Saddam Hussein was trying to exterminate the Kurds in Iraq. It bought them time and it allowed them to build one of the most stable and prosperous pieces of territory in Iraq these days. I think Ukraine needs time and needs support. I would add one thing to what he said as well. In addition to a no-fly zone over Kiev and parts of Ukraine, I would like to see a corridor established where we are able to continue to deliver supplies and military equipment to the Ukrainians so they can continue to defend themselves. They've depleted a lot of stuff in the past few days, Stinger missiles, Javelin missiles. We should be opening up a pipeline to help them, even if we don't put U.S. forces in harm's way.
Yeah, those are all very, very strong ideas. Ambassador Kurt Volker, we'll continue this conversation. Thank you very, very much, and thanks for your service over these many years. I want to get back to Kyiv right now, the Ukrainian capital, where Russian forces are clearly closing in. Is tonight the night the capital of Ukraine could actually fall? Or can the Ukrainians actually save the city? CNN is there live. We have reporters on the scene. We'll check in with them right after this.
Come on. He's yours now.
We got your car, sweetie.
A dealership? I thought this was an online thing.
Looks like you done picked the wrong website, Chief.
It's time to sign, baby.
what you're seeing now, what you're hearing now? What has been going on over these past several minutes?
Well, Wolf, what's really striking is that it is incredibly quiet in this city until that silence is pierced by the sounds of the fighting. We've heard some of the closest explosions to the center of downtown Kyiv in just the past hour. It is to the western part of the city, just a couple miles or kilometers away. Those are the closest explosions, the closest signs of fighting as Russians look to encircle this city that we have yet seen. Now, straight behind me to the east, we are also getting reports of more fierce fighting. And then again to the south. And now that is coupled with what we know that the Russians have been making their major push coming in from the north. So this city is gradually getting encircled. Wolf, we've heard predictions from the U.S. side that the city could fall in a matter of days. The Ukrainian president saying that there's a very decisive moment tonight for Ukraine, that the fate of Ukraine is being decided right now, and we are seeing the signs of that escalation as we speak, Wolf.
And as you correctly point out, it's very quiet until there are loud explosions going on. And once again, I can only imagine how many people are getting killed in all those strikes. Alex, stand by, stay safe. You and your team will get back to you soon as well. And as we watch the capital, Kyiv, on the situation there unfold, I want to bring in Democratic Senator Ben Cardin. He sits on the Foreign Relations Committee. He's been well briefed by U.S. officials. You just heard that report, Senator, from Kyiv. Do you have any intelligence on the state of play on the ground? How awful is it?
Well, Wolf, just about every step here has been predicted. We understand the strength of the Russian military, the capacity of the Ukraine military to defend itself. We knew that Mr. Putin had a desire to take over Kyiv and to overthrow the government. So that's not a surprise that we see this campaign taking place. It doesn't diminish the tragedy of the events. The Ukrainians are going to fight. Mr. Putin has really unified Ukraine's national pride and their sovereignty, and you're going to see the resistance. We saw it today. It's not moving as smoothly as Mr. Putin had hoped, and that's good news. You're seeing the resistance, but we have to be realistic and recognize that from a military point of view, the Russians have put everything they have into taking over Ukraine.
How should the U.S. respond, Senator, if Russia seizes Kyiv, captures, and then kills the president, President Zelensky? He says he's their target number one. If they do that, what should the U.S. do?
Well, we need to continue to work with our allies. Unity is our strength, and working with the Europeans, we've been able to impose some very crippling sanctions on those that are the closest to Mr. Putin, as well as to the way Mr. Putin finances his operations. They're going to be very effective in hurting him keep power. We're also seeing popular objections by the Russian people themselves, the protesters that are out there. The cost of this campaign, the fact that there's no reason, there's no provocation for this military action by Russia, all that's affecting the popular sentiment within Russia itself, which we think could have a major impact on Mr. Putin. So we got to reinforce that. We have to give the Ukrainians everything they need to defend themselves. We need to make it very costly for Mr. Putin, as personal as we can do that, and make sure that the information is made available to all people, including Russians, as to exactly how Mr. Putin is leading that country and leading them in the wrong direction.
Kinzinger, who says that the U.S. and NATO allies should impose a no-fly zone over Ukraine. The former U.S. ambassador to NATO, Volker, he agreed. He thought that was a good idea, at least for parts of Ukraine. Do you also agree?
Well, I think we need to consider all options except introduction of American or NATO troops into Ukraine. But to enforce a no-fly zone, you are putting the Americans or NATO forces at risk, and there is always a possibility of a confrontation directly with Russia. So it has to be in a way that is aimed at protecting civilian population or a way in which we can try to neutralize some of the activities that are taking place without a direct confrontation with Russia. So it's not easy to enforce a no-fly zone, but it is something that I think we need to consider, particularly as we see the attacks on civilian populations and the casualties mount in regards to civilian losses.
Yeah, civilian losses are growing, casualties are growing awfully hard right now. Senator Ben Cardin, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Wolf.
Ukraine's president clearly fears this could be the moment that Russia takes Kyiv, the capital. Our teams are on watch right now. They're in the capital. They're across Ukraine. Despite the Russian bombardment, Ukrainians are indeed putting up a ferocious fight to try to save their homeland. We're going to bring in a key member of the Ukrainian parliament. She's still in Kyiv right now, and she has told CNN she's willing to take up arms herself. We'll discuss what's going on when we come back.
How would you describe him?
is a neo-Nazi. You point out that it's not only absurd, but it's actually cruel considering the fact that Zelensky is Jewish. He's a grandchild of Holocaust survivors. Talk a little bit about this.
Yeah, I mean, this charge of denazification, it's meant to confound us and discourage us and confuse us. But the basic reality is that Putin has everything turned around. Ukraine is a democratic country, not an authoritarian one like Russia. It has a Jewish president who won more than 70% of the vote, which is, I have to say, unthinkable in pretty much any other country in the world. It's a multicultural, bilingual society. And that's what makes it unbearable for Putin. Precisely the fact that somebody from a national minority could come out of nowhere and be elected president, that's what's despicable for Putin, because Putin just can't imagine that someone who's in power could voluntarily lose power. And that's what he's punishing Zelensky for.
What is his narrative all about? I'm talking about Putin. What is he trying to achieve? His bottom line goal?
His bottom line goal is to there are two. The first is militarily, he wants to come into Kiev, arrest the political and civic leaders of the Ukrainian state, and get them out of power and try them in some way, probably. And this is where the genocide language comes in. I think it's very likely, and he's said as much, that he intends to use the genocide and denazification language to set up some kind of kangaroo court, which would serve the purpose of condemning these people to death or condemning them to prison or incarceration. But meanwhile, because he's using the language of denazification and genocide, he's also diluting or trivializing or perverting these concepts, which are so important to us, so important to our recollection of the war and our sense of what we can learn from history.
You know, another really awful remark that Putin made, and he's made so many, has been that Ukraine as a sovereign nation shouldn't even exist at all. How dangerous is a statement like that?
It goes back to your first question. I mean, that is straight out of Hitler's playbook, 1938, 1939, to claim that a democratic neighboring state is some kind of artificial creation that doesn't deserve to exist. The whole basis of post-war international law is that states recognize one another as states. It's not for dictators to decide who's a real country and who's not a real country, who's more equal than someone else, who's big brother and who's little brother. When you say that a state doesn't exist, as he said, when you say that a nation doesn't exist, as he said, what you're doing is you're setting yourself up as the person who has the right to destroy that state and the right to destroy that nation, which ties together with all of this, because the way you destroy a nation is you invade it and you take away its leadership, which is, I'm afraid, what Putin has been planning to do.
You think he's going to try to capture and kill President Zelensky?
Yes, I believe that that's been the goal from the beginning, and I think it's pretty clear in his language. And when we think about trying to stop Putin, that's the particular thing that we should be thinking about. And by the way, we should be looking with admiration and courage at Volodymyr Zelensky himself, at his sheer physical courage. You know, I mean, Putin is someone who has to be 50 feet away from the French president. Zelensky, under fire, stays in his capital, takes selfie videos of himself, right, and remains with his people. Whatever happens next, that's an example of just simple physical courage, which I think we ought to be remembering.
Professor Timothy Snyder of Yale University, thank you so much for joining us. I want to continue our conversation down the road. Appreciate it very much. And we'll be right back with much more on all the breaking news.
Do you think any of us will look back in our lives and regret the things we didn't buy?
From the front here, he has been walking a very different of money and weapons from the U.S. and from other NATO countries, but they are still shoulder-mounted missiles that you fire at helicopters and jets, but they don't have it with 175,000 troops was the last number that President Biden gave, and you a lot more training and some of that weaponry.
Alex,
that I
are
was
we hearing?
talking
Is that
about. But
explosions
they are-
we're hearing in the background, or no? Am I mistaken?
Is the north, and to the east is where there is more fighting, but to resistance. We've heard praise of them by military experts and. More training and some of that weaponry.
Alex,
that I
are
was
we hearing?
talking
Is that
about. But
explosions
they are-
we're hearing in the background, or no? Am I mistaken?
And is the north, and to the east is where there is more fighting, but resistance. We've heard praise of them by military experts, and we're going to be coming here and fighting this fight. NATO said the same. They made clear that this is not a NATO country. So the
Ukrainian airspace right now. Is it the Russians? Who is it?
So let's first talk about why this is uncontested air supremacy, where you have no one challenging your control of the skies. From what we understand, the Russians, to some degree, to some extent, of fighting back and using the anti-aircraft weaponry they have. The Stingers from the U.S. and I think
we're going to be coming here and fighting this fight. NATO said the same. They made clear that this is not a NATO country. So the
Ukrainian airspace right now. Is it the Russians? Who is it?
So let's first talk about why this is uncontested air supremacy, where you have no one challenging your control of the skies. From what we understand, the Russians, to some degree, to some extent, of fighting back and using the anti-aircraft weaponry they have. The Stingers from the U.S. and I think test control of the skies. And from what we know, from what we've been told here, the Russians do not. But the Ukrainians are fighting back, and that includes in the sky.
All right, Oren, Jill.
Get career relevant education. Phoenix. Get career-relevant education at University of Phoenix.
Ever get a sign the universe is trying to tell you something?
Clues are all around us.
Not that one. That's the one.
And ask your doctor about Biktarvy. Biktarvy is a complete one-pill, once-a-day treatment used for HIV, not a cure.
Headache.
If you're living with HIV,
So in through the city, that automatically is what we call a barrier. That is counter mobility operations. That's dropping bridges, putting up very significant barriers.
Underway in Odessa. How does that factor into Putin's overall strategy?
Well, most importantly, when you look at when they prevent any type of NATO forces that might be trying to contest these naval forces, are Russians. So that's a calculation that works into it. But this is not a prime objective. This is simply a hold to 70,000 forces are available to try to control. They might have some degree of in terms that we can understand. The New York City police
him up against NATO countries, and then he's going to do the same thing. I want you to back
the problem or people in Ukraine. Cause could be physical damage. ICT connect. I don't know how to look at this. ICT connectivity anomalies. He posted this. More gunfire right now on the live stream. Look, Kyiv, 100% anomalies detected in the last 10 hours. So there's a bunch of, well, it looks like there's a bunch of orange dots over Kyiv. But again, I can't, I'm not used to reading this. I'm not used to reading this, so I don't really know what I'm looking at here. A lot of gunfire now on the live stream. Very close gunfire. Loud gunfire, very close on the live stream. Huge. Huge gunfire. Heavy, heavy gunfire. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What? It sounds like something firing something? Like rockets or something? Are we hearing rocket fire? Wow. Wow. Just crazy, just crazy. That's the loudest, closest by far all night. I mean, I'm not an expert. I was seeing, this is so loud right now. It's just crazy right now. It's just crazy. DW News live stream on YouTube. DW News. It's so loud and close. This is in Maidan Square. That's where this video. That's where the camera is. It's so close and so loud. It's so close. It's like right there. Unbelievable. 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 That was unbelievable. That was by far the loudest and closest of the night. Loudest, closest, and craziest of the night. It sort of sounded like something was launching, like a whooshing sound. All right, hey, I got to restart the Facebook broadcast. Guys, give me 1 second. I am restarting the Facebook broadcast now. Hang on 1 second here. Hang on 1 second. All right, hang on. Give me one moment. I just got to start my live stream here. I am just starting the Facebook live stream. Give me one more moment. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am just starting the Facebook live stream. Okay, we're live on Facebook again. Hang on, guys. I'm sorry. I just literally posted the live stream on Facebook. All right, Facebook, we're back. Okay. Okay, we're back. Sorry, I had to, let me just make sure the Facebook stream is working. I just had to fix something here. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. I'm sorry for the delay. I just had to, okay, we are back on Facebook. Sorry for the delay, Facebook. We're back. New stream. We're back here. Hopefully everybody didn't have trouble finding it. We're bringing you live coverage. Breaking news tonight. Intense fighting in Kyiv for, I think, over an hour now. We've been hearing intense fighting, very intense fighting on the live stream that's being shown in Maidan Square, right in the center of Kyiv. And in the last 10, 15 minutes, we've heard the loudest and closest scary gunfire all night. And in addition, that comes after a few hours ago, there was fighting about 4 miles away in Western Kyiv. And it's we don't really know what's going on. And also there's reporting of very problematic, worrisome reporting about internet issues. Will they shut down the internet there in Ukraine? You can see NetBlock says confirmed. Oh, update. Breaking news. Some connectivity has returned to Ukraine backbone provider Gigatrans, but service remains intermittent at present. The incident comes amid fighting around capital city Kyiv. It is unclear if connectivity will be sustained. So I don't know what to make of this. Some connectivity has returned to the Ukraine internet backbone provider, Gigatrans, but service remains intermittent at present. So is Russia trying to shut off the internet like many thought they would? Or might there be physical damage from fighting that's causing this? I have no idea. Could Ukraine be doing something to counter what Russia is doing? Could the U.S. be helping them? I don't know. But that's an interesting report right there about the internet here. And one of our viewers just said, sun is coming up in Ukraine. So we don't know what's going to happen with the internet, but that's at least positive news. Maybe it won't go down. Marcus Yam. What is this? Oh. Hang on, guys. I have an update for you. Hang on. Guys, Marcus Yam is in Kyiv. Marcus Yam is in Kyiv. You can see right here, Marcus Yam. He's LA Times photographer. He's in Kyiv. The sound of gunfire is getting louder and in longer spurts in Kyiv. He's in Kyiv. He's there. So again, he says the sound of gunfire is getting louder and in longer spurts in Kyiv. Ben Solomon posted this today. Ben C. Solomon from Vice. A horrible scene at the Medica border crossing between Ukraine and Poland. This was just the end of the line. Thousands were pushing to cross to safety. Behind them, a line of cars 30 miles long. Only a handful of customs agents to process people. Next says this is from Odessa, on the on which is a coastal town in southwest Ukraine. Ukrainian air defense in Odessa. Look. This bells in Kyiv now. We're hearing bells on the live stream. Bells on the live stream. Hang on. There are bells on the stream. We just have no idea what's with all this gunfire, what has been going on there in Kyiv. Where is the government right now? Is the government okay? Is the government okay? What's going on? Breaking update. At least 4 to 6 jets flying high above Ukraine, air raid sirens. Jets are flying over Venezia. Venezia is in west central Ukraine. How does he know about Venezia? And he says jets are flying above Venezia. There's anti-aircraft fire, rocket fire, air raid sirens. He is in Venezia, apparently. Bryce Wilson covered Ukraine since 2015. So he said, look, jets are flying high above Venezia. There's anti-aircraft fire, rocket fire, air raid sirens. That's 10 minutes ago. Then 2 minutes ago, at least 4 to 6 jets flying high above Ukraine, air raid sirens. And Venezia again is that's going to be Western Ukraine, central Western Ukraine. So who knows what's going on? We are so limited in what we know. What is going on all around Ukraine right now? Could there be more ground forces crossing into Ukraine? Rob Lee, military analyst, says Russia assembled a massive force in case its most optimistic scenario didn't pan out, most of which hasn't even been committed into Ukraine. They will escalate and it will get uglier if they fail to achieve their political goals with the much more limited force option. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Next up, air alarm in Lutsk. Lutsk, air alarm. We're hearing about air alarms. I wonder if we're starting to hear about different air raid sirens going off and air alarms. I wonder if we'll start seeing airstrikes tonight. Maybe they're ongoing. Lutsk is in Western Ukraine. Air raid siren, air alarms in Lutsk. This is Western Ukraine. Look, we're hearing about Western Ukraine. Lutsk is in Western Ukraine. And then also we heard about Vinnytsia. We heard about jets over Vinnytsia, an anti-aircraft fire there. And then air all the way over here in Lutsk, air alarms. And then look at this. It is being reported that in the village of Babinsi, one can hear tanks driving along the Starobodenskaya road. I just wonder if Russia's going to make a huge, as I said, are they going to make the huge move tonight? Are they bringing in a lot of the ground forces they hadn't brought in yet? Will there be more airstrikes? Very, very worrying. Barbinsi. Where is that at? Probably spelled it wrong. Babinsi. That's here. Babinsi is in. Oh, it's Russia. I want Babinsi, Ukraine, not Russia. What does it say? I'll have to go back here. It's not coming up. How about this? How about that? I don't know. There is a city. That's wrong too. That's the wrong country. I don't know where that is. I don't know where that is. Those places. Look at what Naveed Jamali, who is Newsweek editor at large, he thinks, here's the question I have for all of you. How can Russia both be doing badly in the war and surrounding the capital of Ukraine? He says, this is a trick question. The only way the Russians will do badly is if it eventually costs Putin his position. He will take Ukraine at all costs. But again, we talked about this at length earlier. What does he get? Is his plan to occupy the country forever, to leave hundreds of thousands of Russians there, trying to forcibly subdue and put down a population that doesn't want them there? We talked about this before, but we showed you some experts who just said like they thought it was crazy that he's doing this, even from a self-interested perspective, aside from the fact that it's morally abhorrent and utterly evil, shockingly evil on a scale few human events are. But that just out of pure self-interest, I've shown you analysts who said, like, what is the end game here? That you occupy a country and try to install a government that the people there aren't going to want, and they're constantly and you're just paying to have this giant occupation year after year after year, where Russians who are the occupying forces are just getting killed constantly. And what is that? What good does that do you? The whole thing seems so crazy. And I will draw your attention back to I agree with this. Nahid Dosani. Want to know the only difference between you and a refugee? Luck. Yep. People in Ukraine, a lot of them going to be refugees now. Maybe the luckier ones. Look, guys, Trey Yingst. We had to temporarily move our live position in Kyiv because inside amid heavy gunfire. Wow. I hope he stays safe. I mean, that shows you right there. That shows you right there. Yeah, for whatever reason, my DW stream has been frozen for like a couple hours, but I'm getting the audio though. Remember what Marco Rubio said tonight, the vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee. So he has information that we don't have. Marco Rubio. Remember what he said. I'm going to remind you what he said. I wish I could share more, but for now I can say it's pretty obvious to many that something is off with Putin. He has always been a killer, but his problem now is different and significant. It would be a mistake to assume this Putin would react the same way as he would have 5 years ago. Let me just check for updates here. Hang on. What did the Ukraine Armed Forces post? What did they post? They say on the Brest Metro, the 101st Brigade destroyed a column. Everything is calm. Everyone is like, I mean, all day from the Ukraine Armed Forces, they've been posting great news, great news, great news. As I said, they claim they shot down like 5 aircraft today, including 2 transport planes. There's no evidence of it. So again, I am not really trusting the Ukraine Armed Forces at this point. I'll have to see some confirmation of the good news. Neil Hauer. Neil Hauer is in Kyiv. Neil Hauer is in Kyiv. He says heavy fighting in many areas of Kyiv now. He's there. He is there. He says heavy fighting in many areas of Kyiv now. We have no idea what's going around the country. We've heard of air raid sirens in different places. So I can't tell you what's going on. Hang on 1 second here. Give me 1 sec. Some people are sending me random videos, and I have no idea where they came from, so I'm going to assume they might be fake, or not fake, but maybe old or something. One of our viewers, Bruce, says, a long way off, but at what point did they consider preemptive strikes? We're dealing with a psychotic sociopath here, evidently. Look, you heard Marco Rubio say it. Many people, I think he's crazy. I think he's just crazy now. But he's got over 6,000, I believe it's over 6,000 nuclear weapons. It's 1,000 nuclear weapons. So the big worry is getting a conflict with a country with thousands of nuclear weapons and a leader who's prone to doing who knows what. It's a very scary situation right now for the entire world. I think it's for the entire world. Very scary situation right now. Very scary. You do not know what this guy's going to do. We haven't heard the gunfire on the live stream for about 15, 20 minutes now. Yeah, guys, I think there's an old video, guys, going around of people throwing Molotov cocktails at tanks. I believe that's an old video. Be careful what the videos you see. I've seen no videos coming out from tonight from the last several hours. So the idea that there just happens to be one crazy video with a tank just seems kind of strange. What's this? Oh, hang on a second. What is this? Is this person in Kyiv? I don't know where this video is coming from. Ellie sent me this. I think it was Ellie Bourne. I can't. This person, Paul Ronsheimer, he's with Bild Zeitung, and I can't confirm this video. I don't know if this is from tonight. I don't know. He says image Mutafis. Who's Mutafis? So again, I just don't know. I cannot confirm that's from tonight. I just don't know. I'm not going to show it because I haven't seen anything else like that. It could be from tonight or today, but I haven't seen anything else like that. I haven't seen anything else like that. So I'm not of high confidence about that one. Armed forces say, all right. Ukraine armed forces says during the night, Russian occupiers did not take the city. Kyiv is being cleared of the remains of the saboteurs. Ukraine armed forces says during the night, the Russian occupiers did not take any city. Kyiv is being cleared of the remains of saboteurs. I hope so, but we'll just have to see. I'm not very confident. I'm not very confident that they've been spreading wonderful good news. They've been making good news reports for a day now, and they said they shot down all these planes and there's no evidence of it. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. That's a real account, by the way. That's the real account. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They are, hold on. That's not the official account. They're followed by the official account, but they're not the official account. I'm deleting it. I'll wait until the official account points it. I think that's the account, but I'm not sure. No, that account is followed by the defense, by like official Ukraine accounts. But I don't know if that's like who's exactly posting on that. So I deleted the tweet. But the armed forces have been coming out with like nonstop good news for the last day. So anything, any kind of, and it's, there's been no proof of it. So anyways, I don't want to post that if I'm not 100% sure it's coming from, like, it's literally from an official statement. Again, I think it's there. I think it's the official account, but I can't. They literally are followed by Defense Intelligence of Ukraine, who follows them. So, you know, but again, let me see if I can find their Facebook. Maybe I can find it on Facebook. Facebook Armed Forces. Oh, active combat operations are now taking place on the streets of Kyiv, where occupants are trying to land paratroopers from the air. Look at this. Currently, heavy battle. Oh, no. That's not Kyiv. That's Vasil Kyiv. No, active combat actions are now taking place on the streets of Kyiv, everywhere the enemy gets a decent cut and suffers losses. That's what they said. This is their official page. I'll post this. Oh, Doge already posted it. See? Doge posted it. There you go. Oh, this is official now. Defense of Ukraine retweeted this. Okay, here we go. Oh, that is their real account. See, Defense of Forces account. This is the real Armed Forces account. Ukraine Armed Forces. During the night, Russian occupiers. Oh, is this in English? Hold on. They posted it in English. They posted it in English. So here is their post in English. During the night, the Russian occupiers did not take any city. Kyiv is being cleared of the remains of saboteurs. Hey, that'd be awesome. That'll be great if it's true. We'll just have to see. We'll just have to see. No, they posted it twice. See what happened? That one is in English. These are not in English. I believe. Oops. Let's see. Let's see how it happened. Oh, no. Oh, oops. You're right. You're right. I have to repost again. Oh, my God. I thought they posted it twice. I'm sorry. This is what happens when it gets late. I thought they posted it twice. So, and they posted it in English the second time. So now I have to do this again. I apologize. Sorry. I'm sorry. Can't even find it now. Now let's do it. Now let's do it. For the third time, I'll post this. And everybody will be like, why are you posting this thing again and again? Okay, now, here we go. Ukraine armed forces. During the night, the Russian occupiers, blah, 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 blah. I'd like to believe this, but we'll just have to see. Okay, I think I did it right. Finally, enough. Okay. Sorry. I mean, something happened. Something has been going on in Kyiv. Hang on, guys. I'm going to look at some of your comments in a second. I'm just kind of catching up here. So we have no idea what's going on there. We don't know what happened. Oh, my stream is working. My live stream is getting brighter. My DW live stream is getting brighter. So it is not frozen. Now, another question is, look, so Anders Ostland, Intel Crab retweeted, said, I'm sure Russia planned to capture Kyiv during the first 24 hours of the offensive. I don't know if that's the case. Now there's been 48 hours and Kyiv is still free and Ukrainian resistance is stiffening while Russian soldiers die in urban warfare. The thing is, though, I don't know what kind of forces were brought to attack Kyiv in the last few hours. Was it a huge force? Was it like an airborne force? I mean, in the meantime, I think we do have huge columns of Russian forces moving towards Kyiv, which I believe have not actually got there yet. So you know, I am certainly hoping that this attack was repelled, although there was so much gunfire, but maybe that did happen. But there might be other forces. There's clearly, and I have seen no reports of like heavy armor in Kyiv. Maybe we'll see it later, but we know that Russia has been trying to bring two different lines of they've been bringing mechanized forces on two different paths from the north and from the east. So, and I don't know that they've actually gotten there yet. So it'll be really interesting to see what happened tonight. What happened tonight? My stream just stopped. DW stream just stopped. Breaking news, DW stream just went down. Live stream went down. Live stream out. Live stream out. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. The Kyiv live stream that everyone was just watching went down. And the logo is still there. It just stopped. Yep, it's gone. It's black. It's black. I get the DW logo. I get the DW logo. I'll show you. Is Fox's up? That's the one there. It just went down. That's that one. Well, we'll see if other ones go down. See, look, Doge 2. Kyiv live stream from DW just went out. Mainstream, all of us have been watching. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Oh, they're showing something now. They're showing it now. They're showing like a weird, they're showing a weird satellite thing. They're showing a weird page on it now. Look at this. It's jazz music. It's jazz music and a weird signal. That's what it is right now. That's what it is. It's now that. Well, the question is there some kind of bigger internet issue? Is there a bigger internet issue? All right, hang on. Let me see. Let me see if I can get the Fox News stream up. Kyiv Live. Fox is still live. Fox is still live. I'll post that. I'll post that. I'm posting this right now. I just posted it. I just posted it right now. See, look. Fox News stream of Kyiv is still live. Did the DW stream go down because there's some internet issue? It's unclear if there's a huge internet problem there right now. I don't know. Just to show you again from NetBlocks, we talked about this before. Look, NetBlocks. Originally, this was very bad. Originally, they said real-time network data show a major disruption to Ukraine's internet backbone provider Gigatrans, which supplies connectivity to many other networks. The incident comes as heavy fighting is reported in Vasil, Kyiv, and Kyiv. Then later they posted, the last post on this was when? 52 minutes ago. Some connectivity has returned to Ukraine internet backbone provider Gigatrans, but service remains intermittent at present. The incident comes amid fighting around capital city Kyiv. It's unclear if connectivity will be sustained. DW have it explained on their live. Hang on. Hang on, guys. Oh, I see. Kyiv stream momentarily down due to technical reasons. They expect it to come back on in an hour. What is GMT now? Well, they expect it to come on at 4:35. All right, it's 4:36 GMT. So it should come on any time now. It should come on any time now because they expect it to come on they expect it to come on at 4:35 GMT. Uh, 21 minutes ago. Look. Tracer fire in Kyiv 21 minutes ago. I couldn't really see it. That was from Trey Yingst. Oh, wow. Hey, guys, hold on a second here. Hold on. Intel Doge is saying the AP has reported that the two planes have gotten shot down. Look. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hold on. Two American officials with direct knowledge of conditions on the ground in Ukraine say a second Russian transport plane was shot down in the past day. On Friday, Ukraine's military said it had shot down. All right. So Ukraine says it shot down two Russian transport planes in the past day. This story says, as Rob Lee says, two U.S. officials confirmed Ukraine shot down a second transport aircraft tonight. If true, this would be a really significant mistake for the Russian military and possibly the worst loss of life for the Russian airborne forces since the Second Chechen War. James Laporta says, new AP reporting tonight, Ukrainian President Zelensky was asked to evacuate Kyiv at the behest of the U.S. government, but turned down the offer. But that had been, was that tonight or just because the Washington Post had that earlier today? An American official tells me Zelensky said, the fight is here. I need ammunition, not a ride. But Rob Lee found this thing about the planes. So again, photos in the Daily Mail. We got to be careful here with this. So hang on. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Rob Lee also says, keep in mind that some IL-76 would be mostly carrying airborne armored vehicles and others would be full of paratroopers. Not clear what these transport aircraft were carrying. By the way, the DW stream is still down. Oh, a video posted, PM breaking news. Oh, sorry. PM breaking news found this. Justin Ling says this video claims to be from Kyiv as the sun rises. I don't know if it is. I'm silent. I'm sorry. I'm silent. I'm back. I'm back now. I'm back now. I'm back. Okay. Okay. My question is there a live stream? The DW live stream doesn't work. I know. Yeah. So the DW live stream is still not working. So we can't watch this one. This is still down. This is still down here. This is still down. So we can't watch that one. I'm trying to figure out if there's another Kyiv live stream with sound on it. Anyways, hold on a second. Well, but see, there's live streams with sound, but not necessarily from Kyiv. I need sound from Kyiv. Whack Milk? People are saying Whack Milk is up? Okay, I'll look for Whack Milk. Nemiko. No, Nemiko is the guy's talking. Whack Milk. Hang on. Livestream Events has one up. Livestream Events does not have sound. NZP Chasers. The Washington Post has sound? No. NZP Chasers has sound not from Kyiv. The NZP Chasers is from one of the other streams. Washington Post, people are saying, is live stream with sound. Oh, Washington Post is live. No, Washington Post is not live. Washington Post is recorded. They're not live. I just checked 4 different streams. Man. Well, I'd like one with sound. Whack Milk. I'm looking at Whack Milk. Why do you think the sound on Whack Milk, which is cars, which is vehicles, is coming from the Kyiv live stream? There's vehicles on the other live streams. All right, none of this is working. None of these things are working. I can't find sound anywhere on any of these streams. Hang on. It's important to have, though. Live stream events has no sound. Live stream events has no sound. So anyways, the best I can tell you is I have no sound. None. All right, guys, I am going to go and catch up on no, we're going to catch up on the news. I got to catch up on the news. Let me catch up. Too much worrying about all this stuff. DW stream never came back. DW stream never came back. Oh, guys, look. Here's a new video. This morning, smoke rising from the Kyiv, near the Kyiv Zoo, where there was fighting last night.
В районе зоопарка что-то горит. Там были сегодня жесткие какие-то бои. В районе зоопарка что-то горит. Там были сегодня жесткие какие-то бои. I'm muted again. Oh, gosh. Sorry. Anyways,
I'm muted again. Yeah, this is what happens when it gets late. We've been on for like 10 hours. I think we've been on 10 hours, 9 hours. So what I was saying is Rob Gillies is with AP. He says a second Russian military transport plane was shot down. Ukraine has claimed that they shot down like 2 Russian transport planes in the past day. I haven't seen any evidence of it, but now we have 2 American officials telling AP that this happened. So waiting for more details on this. Waiting for more details on what happened in Kyiv overnight. See, look, the drive, the war zone. AP says via DOD sources that not 1 but 2 Russian IL-76s were shot down roughly 50 miles south of Kyiv during a major airborne assault operation. We continue to update our original post. There is no independent confirmation of this so far. Ukrainian forces claim to have shot down a Russian IL-76. There's no independent confirmation of this, although we now have U.S. officials claiming this. Okay. All right. Well, maybe there'll be photos or something. Maybe there'll be photos or something at some point. Michael Kaufman says, I find that if this really was an airborne operation, if these transports were part of an airport operation, if they were part of an airborne operation, Michael Kaufman says, I find the need to attempt such an airborne operation puzzling, but they've been trying high-risk airborne operations from the outset for unclear reasons. It remains to be seen how many troops they were able to paradrop. Again, there's been no photos of this. Nobody has taken a photo of something exploding in the sky. So there's no evidence of there's no photographic evidence of this at all. So we'll just have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe there will be. Here's another claim. Again, unconfirmed. Unconfirmed. Ukraine claims they intercepted a Russian drone in the Black Sea. The Russian drone targeted a Ukrainian border guard ship overnight, but Ukrainian forces shot it down, they claim. I don't know if this is true. We keep hearing about them shooting things down, so maybe we'll start seeing the evidence of it. This is the best I can say. It's the best I can say. Huge deal, though. The planes are a huge deal if they did shoot them down. It's an enormous deal, but. Oh, look at this. Guys, look at this. Hang on. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Zoya Shevtalovich, 26 minutes ago. 26 minutes ago, Ukrainian police just released an alert for Kyiv residents via Telegram. Active fighting is taking place on the streets of our city. Please stay calm and be as careful as possible. If you are in hiding, do not leave it now. If you are at home, do not go to the windows. Do not go to the balconies. Hide indoors, for example, in the bathroom, and cover yourself with something that will prevent injury from bullet fragments. If you hear sirens, air alarm signal, go to the nearest shelter immediately. Wow. How about that? That was a half an hour ago. She posted that. The DW live cam went down 45 minutes ago. By the way, thank you to everybody for your support for the channel. It's because it's so busy and everything in the nature of the stream, I'm not individually thanking every single person, but I really do appreciate the support because that's what lets me do this. You guys let me do this full time. So thank you so much for everybody who's for your support of the channel. It's very kind of you. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. I mean, again, I would not be able to do the channel without your support. So thank you so much. What is this? Hang on. And a quick, hold on a second here. Hang on 1 second. 1 second, folks. What is this? Yeah, I'm going to have to probably just get a snack soon because we have been on the air for a while and I did eat a few hours in, but I did not eat after that. In a little while, I'll grab something to eat. And thanks everybody for the Facebook stars. Thanks to all the Facebook star senders too. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sirens on Nemeko stream, people said. Oh, I guess Nemeko says they have some key feeds or something. Well, I'm giving up on DW stream. DW stream seems to be not working. Why is this not working? Oh, it sounds like maybe Nemeko has the Kiev sound on it. Okay, hang on, folks. Sorry, it's just been crazy. Let me try to get you some more updates. That's what we're doing here. I might have a Cliff Bar soon. This was posted by Igor Gherkin from Melitopol. Hang on. Look at, oh my gosh, look at this. Look at this. Is right, guys. Hold on. Hang on. Hang on. Is this from today? This is in Melitopol. And Melitopol is down here. southern Ukraine. So I don't know if that's from today or yesterday or what, but that's a scary video. That's from yesterday. From people are saying this is from yesterday. But look, I mean, I didn't see this. I didn't see this yesterday. It's scary. Hang on. Scary. I mean, the fact that it was yesterday doesn't make it less scary. Thank you, Josh Z, for your kind words. Josh Z, thank you. Factual News just posted this. Thousands of cars wait at Ukrainian border crossing to Medyka, Poland, as temperatures drop below freezing. Ben C. Solomon posted this. Line of cars to the Polish border, at least 30 to 40 miles long, barely moving. Some are turning around to try to find anywhere warm to wait. That's from Ben C. Solomon. He is an international correspondent, Vice News Showtime. Hang on. I am trying to find you more updates about what has happened in Kyiv and what's going on in Kyiv and what happened last night and overnight. So much gunfire. So much gunfire. What happened? Hang on a second here. People keep mentioning like St. Petersburg protests. I know there's been protests there, but Moscow time right now it's 8:02 a.m. in Moscow. I'm not aware of any St. Petersburg protests going on right this second. I mean, if you're watching videos, I'm guessing you're probably watching some footage from the last couple days. Yeah, I'm not showing. Oh, sorry. I'll check Kyiv. Hold on a second. Hold on. Hang on. I was checking before the Kyiv translation and looking that up. Here it is. Sorry. We've been on the air a while, so I'm going a little slower at this point. I probably should eat something too. So just give me a moment. Give me a moment. What is this photo? See, I don't even know when that is. That could be yesterday. Don't know what's going on. Yeah, and again, we told you this before. There's an Associated Press is saying that 2 American officials told them, confirmed that 2 Russian transport planes had been shot down yesterday over Ukraine, but there's still no one has any video of it or anything, or any photos. So we're still waiting to hear more about that. So Oliver Carroll says this. He says, not all going to Russian plan. Moscow appears to have switched plans to assault Kyiv from using the airstrip to the northwest of Kyiv, Antonov, to an airstrip south of Kyiv, Vasil Kyiv. Intense fighting. Supposedly, maybe Ukraine has shot down 2 large transport planes there. Unclear who controls airport now. Oh, hang on. Hold on a second. Is this really legit, this video? This is from 2014. See, look. People are sharing this video. See, people are sharing this video of people throwing... Hold on. People are sharing this video of people throwing Molotov cocktails at tanks. See, Elint News says video is from the 2014 revolution. That tank video is not from tonight. Oh, here's somebody who's actually in Kyiv. Sun is up in Kyiv. The shooting in my neighborhood stopped. I can hear birds. Feels like the end of a vampire movie. Something tells me this night was important and the enemy will remember this night too. So that's from Alexander Sherba, Ukraine's ambassador to Austria, former ambassador to Austria. I will say this to you. I've learned a bunch of things. While covering, we've been on the air for like over a month covering this this news story, and I've learned a bunch of things. But I think the thing I learned most of all, there's one thing I think I learned most of all from covering this. The later the stream goes, the lower the quality of the people in the YouTube chat goes. That's what I've learned. Okay, let's get more updates. I'm going to have to eat. We're getting that point. We're going to have to eat something. I got to eat something. I have to eat something. I might bring some cereal in here or something, because I'm really hungry. I'm really hungry. We've been on for like 9 hours now or something, and I didn't. It's been so intense. I haven't eaten for hours. I'm trying to think if I should. I'm gonna keep streaming. I'm trying to think if I should like eat, maybe take a few minutes and then like leave the stream up and then go somewhere and then come back and eat and not eat on the air. That probably is the better idea. I might take like a 10-minute break or something like that. I might take like a 10-minute break. We might do that because it's just I can feel that that we need to do it. Yeah, people are saying sirens in Lviv. Okay, there's been sirens in Lviv on and off for the last couple of days, so it's not. I hope nothing happens there. I'll bring you up to date. Yeah, so we're going to do that. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna say, how about this? Thank you to all of our moderators. By the way, I really appreciate all of our moderators. Josh Z says eat. Yeah, so I'm gonna take a. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna take a quick break, few minutes break. I'll be back right here. 10 minutes. on the air. Okay. We're back. I want to update you. Let me thank our moderators. I don't even know. We've been on the air so long. If any moderators have stuck around, Sarah is there. Hey, Sarah. Good to see you, Sarah. Sarah is moderating on YouTube. Okay. Oh, DW is back? Is DW back in Kyiv with sound? I heard. One of our viewers said the DW stream is back. All right. Did anybody post about that? I'll post about it. Did Doge post about it? Yes, DW stream is back. Doge posted. See? Still no Russians in the city, supposedly. Why is this playing? Hang on. What is going on? That's not why. Give me 1 sec. Sorry. All right. Hang on. I got it. I got it. I got it. Okay. I got the DW stream with the sound. Wonderful. We have the Kyiv stream is up. So Intel Doge posted the link to the stream. Thank you guys for letting me know. As you can see from here, DW stream from Kyiv is back. Still no Russians in the city. The link is there. Intel Doge posted it. I retweeted it too. Okay, so Sarah is moderating. Thank you so much, Sarah. And also, let me, yeah, I know my hair is all messed up and everything. It's just a mess. What can I say? Let me thank our moderators before we get back into this. Roxanne Betke is there. Hello, Roxanne. Thank you. And, oh, is this even? Yeah, we're right. We're good there, I think. And then on Twitch, we have Bastion Girl Daily Disclosure, Duxor, Mark and NC, Mike Button, Papa Bear, Schultheis, Tariag, Toby, and Sully. Thank you, mods. Okay, now, here's what we're going to do. First of all, I have to change the headline to say intense fighting overnight, because it doesn't look like it's going on right now. Intense fighting overnight in Kyiv, Ukraine. Now, I saw some updates while I was off the air, and I want to give those to you. Okay, so in case you missed it, it is now 7:39 a.m. in Kyiv. Thanks. The Jared, I probably should take breaks more often, the Jared. I probably should. Because instead of, I eat on the air, so I probably should. There was a single explosion a couple of minutes ago, somebody said. Okay. So in case you missed it, it's now 7:39 a.m. And thanks everybody for your support for the channel. I very much appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. That's very kind of you. And thank you to all of our YouTube members. Hey, thanks to all the YouTube members. Much appreciated, YouTube members. Thank you. So, no, I haven't seen it. Give me 1 second. Let me just summarize. It's now 7:40 a.m. Kyiv time. Kyiv is the capital of Ukraine. At midnight last night, the President Zelensky of Ukraine announced that he believed that he announced that Russia was going to attack Kyiv tonight, overnight. And there was some kind of attack. It doesn't look like it was the main armored. Russia has been approaching Kyiv on several fronts with large armored columns, mechanized, with tanks and stuff. Those didn't get to Kyiv yet. So last night appeared to be, and I'll show you something from Rob Lee about this. It appeared to be maybe an airborne and or special forces assault of some sort. And it appears that there was some sort of airborne forces which would be dropped from the sky, or special forces assault, and that was repelled because there was a lot of heavy gunfire last night. There was initially a bunch of fighting in West Kyiv, about 4 miles outside the center of the city, and there were like a bunch of it for like, I want to say over an hour. There was super intense gunfire in the central part of Kyiv. That you could really hear it we've seen videos of it. You could also hear it on the live stream from Independence Square, from Maidan Square, and it was really intense for a while. But it appears that I don't know what the nature of this attack was, but it appears that it's been repelled, which is great. But again, a lot of details to be gotten to here, and I don't know what's going on with that. Also, Ukraine claims they shot down 2 Russian transport planes. I mean, these things can carry over 100 troops, and Ukraine says they shot them down yesterday. And now the AP is running a story where they say 2 American officials confirm this, but there's no evidence that's been put out. There's no photos, there's no videos that we've seen, nothing. So we'll have to see what comes of that. I don't know what to think about that, because I would think at some point somebody will have some kind of video of something being shot out of the sky, or something, some debris or something would be able to be produced. So that we'll have to see. And I have a couple other things to show you here too that I saw right before. Hold on a second. I have to hide somebody. Yeah, it's getting to the point. It's getting to the point when people are rude in the chat, I'm not even going to warn them. I'm just going to hide them. All right, Sarah's on it. Cynthia Moon is on it. Yeah, I mean, people are being like super rude, and I'll just hide them. I don't care anymore. I've had it with the rudeness. But hold on. Like this person, I'm hiding. This person, I'm hiding. Yeah, if you're just rude, I'm just going to hide you. Sarah's got it. Now that person doesn't get a second chance. They're gone. They're gone. Great. Good. Out. Okay. All right. Anyways, I mean, I want to be able to read the chat, right? Because I like being able to interact with you guys and hear what you have to say. But the downside is the rude people, so we got to get rid of them. The mods are doing a great job. AJ's there. They'll get rid of them. Out. Kick them out. Kick them out. Also, there's some stuff I wanted to show you that I saw when I was taking my break. Okay, I saw this here. Next reported, a journalist of the Segodnya news outlet reports the airport of Ternopil is under fire. Air raid alert in the city. I haven't checked to see if I can find anything else about Ternopil. The airport at Ternopil. Ternopil is in the west of Ukraine. That's kind of near, it's western Ukraine. Ternopil. So I'll see if I can find anything more about that. Yeah, I haven't heard anything more about that. I don't know. So I'll let you know what I hear. And then I also saw this. This was really interesting. Let me show you something I saw from the border guard of Ukraine. Where did it go? What happened to border guard of Ukraine? Hold on. Okay, hang on. Got it. Got it. Check, guys, check this out. Check this out. I got to turn the stream down because there's birds on the stream. If I have this, if you hear stuff on the Kyiv stream, please let me know. I'm going to turn down the Kyiv stream here, and then I'll turn it up if you let me know that you're hearing things. Because otherwise, you're going to be hearing birds on the stream. So, look, this is State Border Guard of Ukraine. Now, look, they posted an update about drones. State Border Guard Service of Ukraine. 59 minutes ago. The enemy of drones is trying to actively conduct, the enemy of drones, oh, no, here. Where'd it go? What happened to it? Where did that post go? I didn't get rid of it. Here it is. See more. There it goes. The enemy's drones are trying to actively explore the Black Sea coast and the Danube. The activity of enemy drones is observed on the site of the, I don't know, Ismail Border Squad on February 26th. That's today. That's today. That's Saturday. Is that what day it is? I don't even know. Unmanned drones from a height of about 1 kilometer explore the Black Sea coast and the Danube River, they're saying. Danube River, I don't know where that is over there. I'll have to look at that. This is Ukraine, in Ukraine. So they're saying that these drones are hovering over the coast of Ukraine, Russian drones in the Black Sea. They say they open fire against air violators as they approach, and armed forces are informed about each of them. One enemy drone was shot down, which carried out an attack on a ship of the State Border Guard of Ukraine. So they're saying that there's these drones that are flying over the coast of on the Black Sea. Here's the Black Sea is here. So they're flying over the coast and they're observing. And the armed forces are trying to shoot them down. And then where is, I don't even know, the river they mentioned, the Danube, where is that in relation to this? Danube River, is it in Ukraine? Is it even there, or is that like a bad translation? Oh, there it is, Odessa Oblast. Danube River, all right, well, I'm gonna have to follow it then. I don't, hold on. That goes to Ukraine? Maybe it's a different, maybe it's a bad translation. I don't know. This goes south, south, south. Oh no, it goes east, 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 east. Okay. Following. There it is. No, goes here, here. There it is. Right. Where are we? Ukraine. Oh, it's right on the border. Danube. It's on the border with Ukraine, see? Romania. Ukraine. There. Danube. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. So the Danube is right down here. That's where it gets out in the. So they're saying basically Black Sea coast of Ukraine, they're getting these drones. I've heard of the Danube River. I don't think about it being in Ukraine, though. I didn't know where in Ukraine it was. I didn't really have a good sense of where it was in general. I knew it was in Europe. I figured it was in Europe somewhere, but that's about it. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know I don't know exactly where the Danube River is. That makes me an idiot, I guess. Anyways. So we'll have to see. I've heard some analysts say that analysis that says that Russia hasn't used many drones in the actual hostilities. All right, so I saw that. And then something else I saw. Let me just make sure I get everything I wanted to catch up on. Rob Lee said this. He's a military analyst. He said, important to emphasize that the Russian forces that are currently near Kyiv are likely special forces and airborne forces with light armored vehicles. Heavier Russian tank and motorized rifle units are headed towards Kyiv with artillery. It will be more difficult for Ukrainian forces to stop them. So, just something worth keeping in mind. And I wonder, like, will Putin get mad about not taking over? It seems like there was some attempt to take over. It seemed like there was some attempt to maybe take Kyiv or do something. We don't know. We do not know what apparently there were Russian forces in Kyiv last night. There was heavy fighting, but how many of them were they? What were they there to do? I'm not aware that there was like a lot of armor or anything. So what was their mission? We don't even know this. But it's another day and no Ukrainian cities have been taken. Does Putin start getting angry? Does he start like indiscriminate bombing or something like that? Because the airstrikes so far have been, relatively speaking, the airstrikes have been a lot less than a lot of experts thought they would be. So I don't know where this is going. I mean, this has only been going on for a couple days too. Just keep in mind, right? It's Saturday. The war was declared on Thursday morning, and it's Saturday morning. This has all been going on for only about 52 hours or something. So it seems like it's been going on for like weeks or something, but I think it's like 52 hours. Kiki Glacier says, that's what worries me. Joe says Putin's going to have a fit. I don't know. Look, obviously, was last night, was Russia really hoping that last night was like, they were like, how upset and how much stock and how much confidence did the Russian officials and Putin have that whatever mission they were going to do last night would work? And I don't know what that mission was. So I don't know how upset they would be. Also, there was this weird thing where like there was a report about the internet backbone going down, and it looked like they were going to take out the internet, which many people have thought they would, and it just appeared to like not it get better after a while. So that was really weird. Remember this. Originally, real-time network data show a major disruption to Ukraine's internet backbone provider from NetBlocks. I mean, that looked like they were taking out the internet. But then, update, some connectivity has restored to the Ukraine internet backbone provider. But service remains intermittent at present. So was that an attempt to take it down? I have no idea. I don't know. But it's only been 2 days. Nah thinks Putin was just wearing down the Ukrainians. That's why the majority of forces are still waiting. It's just, look, it's without knowing what they're thinking, what Putin's thinking, and what the plan is. I mean, you just don't know. So I look to, the military people, but they don't know what, they would tell you, they don't know exactly what the plan is either. All right, so let me. That's the basic. That's what's going on. And then Tim Judah had posted, Kyiv now, total silence, no Russians here in the center. But there was a lot of gunfire overnight, definitely. All right, so let's get caught up and see what's going on. Let's see what else I can find for you. Intel Crab says alert issued for Lebanon incoming artillery. Hang on one second here. Hang on one second. This account is what? What account is this? Oh, Ukrainian TV channel. I want to get that up going. All right. So again, alert threat of artillery fire for Lebanon. Direct TV channel. Lebanon. Where is this? Okay, that's Ukraine. That's going to be, oh, that's up here. That's near, there's been a lot of fighting in Sumy. So that's not too far from Sumy. That's up here in northeastern Ukraine, Lebanon. 24,000 people. An air base is located nearby. So they got an artillery alert. That was just posted by Intel Crab. And the channel that posted it is this one here. Thanks, C. Michelle Sparks, who's always one of our members. Appreciate your support, and all of our other YouTube members as well. What else did they post here? Okay, check this out. So this is a Ukrainian TV channel. They say 10 minutes ago, the mayor of Vasil, Kyiv, which is, I believe, south of Kyiv, assured that the fighting in Vasil, Kyiv was coming to an end. It lasted all night, and the city remains under the control of the Ukrainian armed forces. Where is Vasil, Kyiv? Can I find it here? That's down here. Yeah, there's an air base there in Vasil, Kyiv. And apparently there was a bunch of fighting near here. I think Russia was trying to take this air base. We heard some reports about that. But it sounds like they haven't. The idea is that they'd want to get an air base near Kyiv so they could land a bunch of troops and forces and you know, tanks and stuff in planes. But they tried to do it northeast of Kyiv, and that didn't work apparently. And now they tried to do it northwest of Kyiv, and now they're trying it southwest of Kyiv. And apparently, they haven't been able to get either of those airports. I think the one northwest of Kyiv actually apparently got. I think the Ukrainian army may have destroyed it, but I'm not sure. Sirens in Kyiv. Sirens in Kyiv. Sirens in Kyiv. Breaking news. Sirens in Kyiv. Thanks to our chatters. I'm watching the live stream. Sirens in Kyiv right now. Sirens in Kyiv now. Air raid sirens in Kyiv. If you go to the DW live stream, yes, the sirens are going off now. Intel Doge posted that. Thank you for the heads up, chat. I had the volume down, so. If you go to YouTube, DW Live, DW News on YouTube. Oh, hang on, I know what I'll do. Those sirens are scary. Let me try to get you some updates about it. Yes, the DW stream is live again. Oh, it's Oh, DW, it's DW Deutsch. DW Deutsch is what the channel is. DW Deutsch. Stop for a second. Maybe the sirens are done. Oh, Zelensky just posted. Zelensky just posted a video. Zelensky just posted a video. No, he didn't. No, this is from 12:50. This is from hours ago. This is from a number of hours ago. Okay, he did not just post. He did not just post. My bad. This is Global Military Info's opinion. I like this account. They believe Russia will likely continue attacks from the northwest and southwest of Kyiv in an attempt to encircle it. They are rushing heavy armor and artillery to support the siege. Ukrainian air defense and and man pads in the urban environment setting has allowed Ukraine to maintain a strong defense. Yeah, the sirens stopped going. All right, hang on a second. Hang on. Hang on. Max Seddon says Kyiv seems to have stood its ground against a Russian onslaught overnight. Christina Berdinsky says, morning Kyiv, empty streets, explosions are heard from time to time, but there is more and more confidence that we will stand. Glory to Ukraine. Oh, I'm sorry. This is what happened. Zelensky did post. So my brain is not working. I have internalized, I'm feeling like I'm on Kyiv time. So I said, oh, it's 8 in the morning now. I saw Zelensky's post and it said like 12:57 a.m. And I was like, oh, that's from 7 hours ago. Because I'm so used to talking about what time it is in Kyiv, I think it's that here, but it's not here. It's 1 a.m. here. So yes, Zelensky did just post. My bad. I'm just explaining to you why I thought it was old, because I feel I get mixed up and think I'm on Ukraine time. So that's what happened. So let me go back and see what Zelensky said. I don't know if, let's see.
Всім доброго ранку,
There.
українці. Зараз в мережі дуже багато з'явилось фейкової інформації, що, немов я закликаю складати зброю нашу армію і йде евакуація. Значить так, я тут, ніяку зброю ми не складемо, будемо захищати нашу державу, тому що наша зброя – це наша правда. Наша правда в тому, що це наша земля, наша країна, наші діти, і ми все це будемо захищати. Ось і все. Ось це і є те, що я хотів вам сказати. Слава Україні!
So Zelensky posting from Ukraine, outside in Ukraine, in Kyiv. Okay. All right. So I'm not hearing the sirens anymore from Kyiv. Somebody will post a translation of what he said. I think Michael Barthel says he's saying, don't believe the Russian trolls and fake news. The Maidan, the heart of Ukraine, is still in Ukrainian hands. Because it says, don't believe the fakes. Let me see. I bet somebody posted a... I bet somebody I follow posted a translation of it. I know he said we won't lay down any weapons. Zelensky stays in Kyiv. Ukrainian President Zelensky with another address from the streets of Kyiv. Trekker Chance says translation merely a flesh wound. Our viewer said that. Sirens again. I'm watching the stream. I'm not hearing sirens. All right. What is this? Hold on a second here. I just saw this too. I just saw this. Where is that report? I saw an unconfirmed report about something. Japanese owned cargo ship hit by missile off Ukraine an hour ago. A cargo ship owned by a Japanese firm was hit by a missile off the coast of Ukraine on Friday. But that's yesterday, injuring one crew member. This isn't new, I don't think, is it? Oh, the marine transportation firm in Western Japan said Saturday. The ship Nomura Queen was damaged, and one of the 20 Filipino crews sustained a non-life-threatening injury. The ship can operate under its own steam. Ukrainian authorities said the missile was fired by Russian forces. Oh, it is new. A total of 3 non-military vessels have now been hit since the start of the invasion. Yesterday, there was a report that 2 ships had been hit, but was one of them the Japanese one? I found the Lookout posted something about this yesterday. I'll show you. If I can find it. Nope, too much. It's here somewhere. I retweeted a post that they posted. Now I can't find it. Now I can't find it. No, it's going to be earlier. It's going to be earlier. Can't find it. I don't know. Anyways. I don't know if that was reported at all yesterday or if it's new for today. I just don't know. At this hour, I'm not going to worry about it. Oh, Navy Network I posted was oh, maybe it was Navy Network or something. I don't remember. I'm not going to worry about it. Oh, translation. Hey, Michael Barthel translated some of Zelensky's speech of his video. Translation. There's a lot of fake news that I am telling our army to lay down arms. I am here and our army is not laying down arms. We will fight for our land. That's from Michael Barthel. Cool. Okay. So we got that. Oh, and Darth McClunky. Here's the translation too. Zelensky, I'm here. We will not lay down our weapons. We will defend our state because our weapons are our truth. And our truth is that this is our land, our country, our children, and we will defend it all. That's all. That's what I wanted to tell you. Glory to Ukraine. I bet Putin really hates him. I bet he really hates him. It just seems like, I bet it drives Putin crazy. Yeah, I saw this. I didn't know what to make of this. Mr. J.D. Redding sent me this. I saw this before. You know, it's like I don't know stuff about like I don't know anything about Russian domestic politics. So a Communist Party member and state parliament deputy called for an immediate end to Russia's war with Ukraine. But I can't say I don't know enough about it. Now, Kevin Rothrock knows something more about it. He said, here's something. Communist Party member and state Duma deputy Mikhail Matveyev. Remember, the Communist Party is not the big party in Russia, I believe, is United Russia. Communist Party is a smaller party there now. Communist Party member and State Duma deputy calls for immediate end to Russia's war in Ukraine. I voted to recognize the DNR LNR for peace, not for war. For Russia to become a shield so they wouldn't bomb the Donbass, not so we'd bomb Kyiv. So I just don't know how big of a deal it is. He says, to my knowledge, this is the most senior official in the Russian government to voice opposition to the invasion of Ukraine. So, you know, I'm not really in a position to draw big judgments from that. It's interesting. Yeah, current seats. Duma, government, United Russia, 325, Communist Party, 57. There's the Russian Duma. SRZP 28, LDPR 23. Okay. Tom Nichols, who writes for The Atlantic, thinks the stink of this war will cling to Russia in a way that previous Russian atrocities failed to do. I don't know where this is going. It's very strange. It's Russia has so far, I mean, like, again, the attempts to, they haven't made an attempt to take Kyiv that was like, you know, with one of their large, with a large mechanized force. Last night, it appears that it was like some, as Rob Lee said, some combination, I think Rob Lee said, there's some combination of like airborne and special forces. So, but you know, a lot of experts were thinking that they would launch a huge amount of airstrikes and really establish complete air dominance, which they have not, and degrade the Ukraine military a lot further than they actually did. It was a very short air campaign, and then they haven't shut off the internet, which is and they haven't done anything with power. So like a lot of experts thought they were going to do stuff to totally mess up the command and control of the Ukrainian military. So they've gone. We talked about this earlier, like hours and hours ago when it started the stream, but they've been going pretty they've been going pretty light in terms. I mean, obviously, it's not like many people have died, but compared to what it was expected they might do. So, what is keeping them from going heavier? And I maybe they will, but I don't know. So there's that, and then there's this whole question, like, will they, and will they increase? And by heavier, I mean one way you could, will they do more things that would cause more civilian casualties and stuff? Will they shut off the internet? Will they do a lot more airstrikes than they did in missile strikes? I don't know, but like, we've talked a bunch about, like, even if Putin like took over Ukraine, then so you're gonna be occupying this country, or a large part of the country, millions of people, tens of millions of people who don't want to do what you tell them. So you're going to leave like a huge occupying force in there forever. I mean, that's a whole crazy scenario. But what if the military stuff doesn't go very well? So here's my thought. What if maybe the Russian military, there could be the case that they were overestimated how good they'd fight, or maybe there's like systematic problems, or maybe the people in the military have low morale because they don't know why they're trying to fight people in Ukraine. Whatever. Suppose like we're here like a week from now, and like things haven't gone that great for the Russian military. What will Putin do? Like, this would be like first of all, the whole thing is about as evil as you can get and morally abhorrent. But let's set aside the evil and awfulness of doing this for Putin. I would think this, if the military stuff keeps not going well, it'll be seen as such a failure for him. So how will he react? This is a guy who seems, his speech made it sound like he was crazy. I think it's crazy that he actually went in. Marco Rubio posted a tweet last night which said, like, I can't really say more, but like it seems like something's wrong with the guy. So my point is, how might he react if things are going poorly? How might he react? He seems to like not be in a very good place right now. So what would he do if things kept not going well? I guess that's what I'm trying to. I don't have no idea. See, Marco Rubio. Hang on a second here. Marco Rubio. I wish I could share more, but for now I can say it's pretty obvious to many that something is off with Putin. He has always been a killer, but his problem now is different and significant. It would be a mistake to assume this Putin would react the same way he would have 5 years ago. So what will he do? South Texas thinks Putin doesn't look the same as he did just months ago. What would Putin do if we're sitting here in a week and things like don't seem to be going well for the military? I do not know. Our viewer Adam thinks he'd probably go bigger. Like he's not a guy who wants to be embarrassed. He's not a guy who wants to look weak. '80 says his only power to create is create fear. So, but what, again, what happens? It's like, again, just if we're sitting here in a week and things are not going great, which might not happen, but people talking about nukes. I'm scared. Like, if he's really crazy, and he sees things not going well, what would he do? Like here's does he like get in a fit of rage at Ukraine and start like bombing, like like start bombing civilian areas of cities or something like that? Anyway, just a thought I had. Oh, Linda, thank you for monitoring. Linda Belk is over there in our Twitter chat. I didn't see you before, Linda. Thank you, Linda. One of our viewers said he will be a trapped rat. All right, hang on one moment. Hang on one moment here. Our viewer Anaconda says, I think he may start random bombing if he gets frustrated, but then I think the government would remove him from power. Yeah, I mean, you got to wonder. I know it sounds kind of crazy, but you got to wonder about these things. I mean, it's crazy that he invaded like this. MBRB Gaming says it would be down to the generals and the soldiers given the order to fire just say no. Syrup Master thinks he's just going to slowly choke them out night by night. I don't, again, there's a whole, if he will, and how will, if this keeps going on day after day after day for weeks, will the Russian public, how will their view of it be? I mean, it looks like a lot of Russian soldiers have died so far. I don't know how many. I don't know if some people don't buy the numbers that the Ukraine government is saying, which is in the thousands, but from what I've heard, like at least hundreds. But over time, like, will that, that could, I would think, hurt the view at home of people. So I don't, it's a really weird situation, and I don't know what's going to happen. Certainly, I hope it's not the case that, I hope it's not the case that, I hope it's the case that Ukraine can avoid getting like taken over or whatever Putin wants to do with it. All right, somebody mentioned there they heard about a new explosion somewhere or something, so I'll do a quick check. Oh, look, Elint News, explosion near Zuliani Airport in Kyiv, reports say air defense is also activated. Wow. Nexta posted this. Very loud explosion in Kyiv. Wow. Very loud explosion in Kyiv. Presumably a rocket in the vicinity of the Zuliani Airport. Let's look this up. Zuliani. You know, I'll say it again.